Есть открытие люка.
EV hatch opening is done. Opening the hatch.
Назад, ага. Узковато из-за СККО у нас. Ага. Так, открытие.
It's a bit tight here because of the SKKU. Okay, it's opened.
Зафиксирован на 201 панели. Убираем.
It has been attached on panel 201. Copy.
Глубина выбрана. Достаем.
The slack is out.
Защитное кольцо.
We're pulling out the protective ring.
Принято.
Copy.
Защитное кольцо.
Here is the protective ring. Okay, I've pulled it out. Let's place that safety ring. Don't forget the latches.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch is open to the Poisk module. The official start time for today's spacewalk, 8:39 a.m. Central Time.
I've deployed the ring.
9:39 a.m. Eastern Time to begin the 255th spacewalk in support of space station operations, the 10th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, and the second for Expedition 68. Again, the start time for today's spacewalk marked at 8:39 a.m. Central Time, 9:39 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, let it go. Turn it around. Okay, I've turned the ring around. Okay, I'm watching for the indicator marks. I think it goes like this. Okay, my side is installed. Full contact. Confirmed at the top, confirmed at the bottom as well. Okay. Good. Are we turning on the camera already? We will turn the cameras on later. Copy. Okay, EV hatch is open. The safety ring is installed. Copy. You've tugged at it. It's secure. Yes. Yes, the ring is secure. Copy. Dmitry, then prepare to egress the MRM2. Copy. I'm using the non-adjustable tether.
You can see just outside of the hatch to the Poisk module, that's Dmitry Petelin. He will be joined outside momentarily by Sergei Prokopiev as the two Roscosmos cosmonauts set up shop, gathering all of their tools and other equipment that they will use in the preparation of the radiator that is currently stowed on the Rosviet module on the opposite side of the Russian segment. The Poisk module you're looking at is on the space-facing side. Rosviet, that houses the radiator and airlock to be transferred to the Naoka module.
And read
that hardware is on the Rosviet module that was launched 12 years ago and which is docked to the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station.
Yes, it's practically full insulation. Yes, just trying to turn myself around. I am outside. It's beautiful. Yes. And Dmitry, just position yourself. Yeah, take a minute to look around. Yes, I see certain elements of MRM2. I should move out of the way. Yes, you've moved now, and you should translate in the direction of your right hand. And towards the bottom a little bit, move towards the direction of the circular handrails. And what about the sublimators? Yes, you are going to activate them now. Okay, copy. For both of us, yes, the hatch is opened, so both are go. EV2 has activated the sublimator. And do you have any recommendations about the ISTR? Gennady will give us recommendations about that. Stand by one. It's not turning on for me for some reason. Yeah, let me try again. Activated, yes, thank you. I'm preparing the bundle for egress. Copy. The crew log bag is tethered to me. I'm giving the tether to Dmitry. I've taken it. Copy. I'm tethering it to handrail 6029 to the right of the EV hatch. It is tethered. Copy. Now I've untethered it from my side.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're looking at the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. As Sergei Prokopiev in the Orlan extravehicular activity suit
Inaudible.
with the red stripes, and Dmitry Petelin wearing the blue stripes have just emerged from the Poisk airlock, opening the hatch to begin today's spacewalk at 8:39 a.m. Central Time, 9:39 a.m. Eastern Time, beginning what is expected to be about a 7-hour spacewalk today to prepare a radiator that is located on the Rassvet module on the opposite side of the Russian segment of the station, and its robotic transfer and attachment to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on the next Russian spacewalk that is planned for November 25th.
Tethered it outside. Okay. Copy. When you are both outside, you will be able to turn on your helmet cameras. Okay, copy. I'm egressing. Okay, helmet cameras. I am out. Okay, we are activating the helmet cameras. I've activated mine. And LED confirmed. That was the LED. Okay, I understand. Okay, good job. LED confirmed. Copy. Second camera, LED confirmed. Excellent. Both cameras are activated. Okay, now let's work with the bundle. The layer has been attached to the swing arm.
Dmitry, Sergey.
Dmitry, Sergey, this is Gennady. Yes, go ahead. Can you check the position of the hot-cold toggle switch? Make sure it's in the middle. And you may activate ISTR mode. EV2, I've switched it up to 6. No, not 6. 0, up to 0. Okay, yes, copy. Yes, I said 6, I meant 0. I've toggled it up to 0. Okay, and Sergey, you do the same. Toggle it up to 0. And turn on the ISTR switch. Yes, up to 0, and ISTR is activated. Copy. Thank you. Okay, shall we begin the translation? Yes, we are ready to translate. So now we begin with the circular handrail. That's correct. We are going straight over EV2 and keep moving forward. Okay, and Dmitry, you have to go along the bottom one. Ah, gotcha. Okay. I understand. Turn upside down a little bit. Yeah, I see it. It won't work going on the top. Okay, so go along this one, yes. No, look, go down, down, down. Okay, to that circular handrail. Oh, and retether.
Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin gathering all of their tools before they make their way down to the Rassvet module on the other side, the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, where they will begin work to install an adapter for the Strela telescoping boom on the airlock's flight releasable grapple fixture. That will be in preparation for the move of the airlock on a December 6th spacewalk that the two cosmonauts will be conducting. They'll also be spending some time opening up valves to vent nitrogen out of hydraulic loops on that radiator that was launched 12 years ago on Rassvet, along with the airlock on the STS-132 mission to the International Space Station. They'll remove a half-dozen radiator restraints that have held the radiator in place on the Rassvet module, install a retainer on that Strela boom, and finally install what is called a large object attachment system on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. That is the attachment device to which the airlock will be attached and mated during the December 6th spacewalk. Both the radiator on the next spacewalk on November 25th and the airlock on December 6th will be robotically maneuvered away from Rassvet to be attached to Naoka under the direction of robotic operator Anna Kikina, who will be working from a workstation inside the Zvezda service module. This is a helmet camera view from Sergei Prokopiev's helmet camera as he begins work to move away from the Poisk module down to the Rassvet module, where he and Petelin will begin work on the radiator preparations. The radiator will not be moved today. That's coming up on the next spacewalk on November 25th, the day after Thanksgiving, which again we will broadcast live here on NASA television.
The temperature of the gas is high. There is a message on EV2. Copy.
Dmitry, this is sensor acting up. Water temperature at the sublimator outlet is nominal. Okay, copy.
Как принимаете картинки?
Do you copy the video from cameras? Sergei, we're receiving your video. And just now we started receiving the other operator's video. Excellent.
Я тоже. Тяга велика.
Inaudible.
Да, это аналогично.
Yes, it is
Принял.
like we had it before. Okay, I am at the site. Sergei, you can use circular handrails to go higher. Sergei, watch the crew log back.
вдоль ВЛ-2 поднимаюсь, бронедоля вокруг.
Okay, if you go higher near VL2 and hook up there. Copy.
И когда перейдешь на СТУ, тогда
Сергей,
перемахивай на другую сторону стрелы.
once you arrive at STU, go to the other side of the Strela. Copy.
Я за СТУ уже зафиксировался.
Okay, I am hooked up on the STU.
Укладку. Что там?
Okay, right now, yes.
Держу укладку.
I'm holding it.
Взял. Скачал. Так, я на стреле.
I am on the Strela, translating to Strela's other side. Affirm.
Сейчас водолазы ноги занесут тебя.
How are the legs doing? We're waiting for now.
Так.
Сергей, и можно будет тогда снять
Сергей,
страховку с такелажного узла, страховку СТУ, чтобы
you
остался на кольце.
can now untether from the STU so that the safety tether is at your disposal. Okay.
Снял страховку СТУ.
Remove
Принято.
safety tether from the STU.
Так, второй на СТУ.
EV2 is on STU.
Тогда разворачивайтесь в сторону
Copy.
адаптера ФГБ.
Now turn
Движение.
towards FGB pressurized adapter and start translating.
Тебе лучше перелезть.
Okay. Let me go first and you will go over.
Или позавчера уже.
Inaudible.
Ноги сюда лучше перекидывай. А, вот это.
Okay. Get your legs over here.
Момент.
1 second.
Смотрю, как вот страховка СТУ была.
Inaudible.
Она через кольцо была пропущена, сейчас я переделаю.
Inaudible.
29 minutes into today's spacewalk, Sergei Prokopyev outside the Poisk module with Dmitry Petelin. Prokopyev on the right in the suit with the red stripes, Petelin wearing the suit with the blue stripes, as they are attaching all of their equipment to the Strela telescoping boom that they will maneuver down from Poisk to the Rassvet module a short time from now to begin work on preparing a radiator that is mounted on the Rassvet module for its eventual relocation to the Naoka multi-purpose laboratory module on the next Russian spacewalk on November 25th.
Copy. Okay, going towards FGB. As you get to the FGB, watch your translation path. Am I going to be able to get through over here? I think you need to go over Strela. Okay.
Там близко, да? На солнечной батарее, да. Забирайся обратно на Стрелу.
Get back on the Strela because it is too close to the solar arrays. Okay, it works.
And we're in a slight gap in between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll get our television downlink capability back from the ISS momentarily. Some 31 minutes into today's spacewalk, which is planned for about 7 hours in duration. Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin outside of the Poisk module, making their way down the Strela telescoping boom from the Poisk airlock to the Rassvet module, where they will set up shop and begin to work on a variety of tasks to prepare a radiator that is currently stowed on Rassvet for its robotic relocation to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on the next Russian spacewalk that is coming up in just 8 days on November 25th.
Attaching the safety tethers to the ring.
Есть страховка СТУ.
The S2 safety tether is installed. Copy. Okay, let me go around towards the handrail. So we're working with the soft handrails, correct? Okay, this is the pressurized adapter. Okay, take up. Copy.
Немножко дальше ушел, да? То есть мы до грани должны были дойти.
Between pressurized adapter and PGO, there is this side. You need to go towards PGO. There will be a couple of yellow striped handrails. I'm at the right at the Strela operator post. You gotta move a little towards the PGO. Okay.
Там низом, да? Так, мы... Смотрю. Вот.
Есть мишень, две черных точки. Вот в том
Да.
районе у нас как раз...
If you see the target and handrails are right there. Okay, I see the target, I see the cameras. Okay, so that's where we're going. And go translate on via the right-hand side. Okay. Go on the right. Hook. You're tethered to that handrail. Okay, understand. Understand.
Там, где много радиаторами.
Inaudible. It is a little difficult to translate through this area. Well, we're going to try anyway.
This is Mission Control Houston, flying high over northwestern Sudan at an altitude of 260 statute miles. Sergei Prokopiev on the bottom, Dmitry Petelin just north of him, now at the work site near the Rosviet module of the International Space Station on the Earth-facing side of the complex.
If you go a little further, you will be able to...
They are working to position themselves at the point at which they will attach an adapter to the airlock flight releasable grapple fixture that's on the Rosviet module. That airlock, along with a radiator, launched on the STS-132 mission of the shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010. Both components soon to be robotically relocated to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. We are 39 minutes into today's spacewalk, the third in the career of Sergei Prokopiev, the first for Dmitry Petelin.
Are you there? Almost, just a little bit left.
Было бы проще, на самом деле. Да, ты сам достал.
So, you were able to reach the handrail with the hook? Yes.
Есть.
Got the hook installed.
Давай. Могу принять пока. Да, нормально, я иду.
Okay.
Так, все, я только перехожу. Да,
Good attachment. So let me go this way. Okay.
Да, Артем, на будущее. Хороший путь.
Artem, for future EVAs, this will serve as a good translation path from Strela. Instead of going the other way, if you take this translation path, there is only about 1 meter. Okay, we are starting towards the airlock. Copy. Gentlemen, please watch for the cable. Don't exert too much effort on that cable. Okay, copy. Dima, Sergey, we will be in eclipse in a couple of minutes. Be ready with your lights. Okay. Inaudible.
Хорошо. Конечно.
Okay, copy.
Я продолжаю движение по круговым поручням в сторону.
Continuing along the handrail
Наступает темнота.
towards inaudible. Copy.
Метасинтер открыт.
Inaudible. Are you getting enough lights from your helmet-mounted lights? Yes, it's good. Copy. Are you already on MRM1?
Нет, еще
Not yet. I am just approaching MRM1.
Давай светильники включу.
Inaudible.
Один загорит.
Okay, light 1 is on. What came on?
Дмитрий, Сергей, вот орлановские светильники в тени можно включать, на свету желательно отключить.
Inaudible.
А американские светильники можно включить и уже не отключать вообще.
Static in the loop. Inaudible. Please repeat.
Американские светильники можно включить и не отключать даже на свету.
You can turn on US helmet lights and leave them on, even in installation. Okay, copy.
Только одна.
Inaudible.
Там 2 раза надо нажимать, да, у американских.
You have to press 2 times. Okay. Okay. On this side, the light is activated. And on the other, a little lower. We are at the airlock. Airlock chamber. So, towards MRM1.
Так. Перехожу на первый.
I am translating to circle handrails on MRM1.
Так, как-то надо обойти.
Looks like we have to go around this part.
Ага.
Okay, I see the airlock chamber, I see the handrails.
Так, второй на шлюзовой камере.
EV2 is on airlock chamber.
На шлюзовой камере принято.
Copy on on airlock chamber.
Да, на шлюзовой камере второй.
Affirmative.
Дима, можешь еще по возможности включить камеру свою, выключить и включить?
Dima, if possible, can you cycle camera off and on?
Хеку или...
Хеку и Ерку, да, обе.
Check. I'm talking about the Heka camera.
Обе, да? Попробую, конечно.
I will try, of course.
Так, хеку выключил.
Okay. Heka is off, OFF.
Включил. Зеленый свет идет гореть.
So I have the green LED. We copy.
ДРки, может быть, не достану.
I might not be able to reach where I need to reach to, but I will try.
Что достану? Нашел кнопку, да.
Okay. I have the button.
Светодиод не могу наблюдать.
So I do not see the LED.
Принято, ну, там посмотрим. Как.
We copy. Well, we'll see how it works out. The hacker
Принято.
was green for sure. I copy.
Ага, все вижу сейчас.
I see everything, and Arca as well.
Принято, спасибо.
We copy. Please keep observing. Thank you.
Тогда продолжаем переход. Дим,
Then
на шлюзовую камеру.
we'll continue the translation
В правую сторону, да, вот.
to the airlock.
Поручни.
And we understand that you will see it on the right
Да.
hand side, translation along the handrails. That is correct. I am on the right side already.
Сергей, да.
I'll wait for Sergey,
Я подсвечу ему, да.
and I might even just give him some light
Можно ориентироваться.
as well, because it's a little challenging to orient yourself.
Гамма.
And
Первый.
GA and MRM1.
Так, все, мы оба на шлюзовой.
Okay, we are both at the airlock or on the airlock.
Доктор.
Принято.
All right, we're coming closer. Copy.
Наблюдаем. Адаптер.
And we are observing the adapter. We see the adapter.
Принято.
Copy.
Тогда размещайтесь и...
Then position yourself and take a couple of minutes to rest. The translation was a long one.
55 minutes into today's spacewalk, the two Roscosmos cosmonauts, Prokopiev and Patelin, are at the Rosviet module at the airlock that is stowed on Rosviet. The FRGF you see there, that's the acronym for Flight Releasable Grapple Fixture. It is that piece of hardware to which the European robotic arm will be attached during the third in the series of spacewalks on December 6th. The airlock will be released and robotically relocated for attachment to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module onto a piece of hardware called the Large Object Attachment System that the two cosmonauts will be installing on Naoka as one of the tasks in today's spacewalk. The sequence of spacewalks today includes the preparation for the removal and relocation of the radiator that's on Rosviet to Naoka, the actual relocation to take place on the next spacewalk on November 25th, and then on December 6th, the airlock on Rosviet will be robotically relocated to Naoka.
Not that challenging to install it and push it. And you kind of move it away about 10 to 15 degrees, and then it installs. So it's a pretty good system. I understand. Okay, once you guys position yourself and you had a chance to rest and catch your breath, then let us know and you have a go to start installing the adapter, but only after you feel like you've rested. All right? So I'm taking the adjustable red. So I have the adjustable tether. I'm hooking it. So you have a go to undo the wire tie. All right. Inaudible. You can also use the red tether. Okay, let me do that also. That sounds like a good idea. Sounds good. I have secured it in place. Copy. So I have secured the adapter on my side. Yes, and on my side also. Okay, we're moving it closer.
We are at the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk. Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin are slightly ahead of the timeline, actually, as they are now attaching an adapter for the Strela telescoping boom to the grapple fixture on the airlock that is attached to the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
It's aligned correctly, the right side. And there should be a mark. Yes. Is it a black mark? Yes, the black mark should be aiming towards the target. Please come again. It is rotating. So it should be in that position, inaudible. So we need to make sure that it is aiming correctly when you look at the whole adapter configuration. Sergey, just look at it, look at the white mark. Okay, the mark that is the dark inside, the black inside, or the white stripe? The black one is marking the final tightening. All right, turn it around. Turn it. Have you tightened it up preliminarily? No, we have not. We've just secured it. And that was it. All right. We'll need to swap places, you and me. Let's do that. Do you see that? No, I don't have it. Maybe you're touching the probe. That's why you don't see it. Okay, again, more. That sounds good. Let's close it. So preliminary latch, the bracket is in place. And I think we should just move it to the end. What do you think? Just like that. Sounds good. We are rotating it towards the closed position. And when you finish installing it, when you tighten it up, there should be a latch, which is actually a little like a little probe. Just make sure it goes in, and that will signify the final position. It's just a little metal probe. It's required to secure in place. Yes, I got it and I see it. I think to a hard stop, and then we'll put the handle back in place. That sounds good. Let's lower it. And as always,
the airlock that the two cosmonauts are attaching this grapple fixture adapter to weighs 1,792 pounds of mass on Earth. And again, it will be relocated on December 6th during the spacewalk by Prokopiev and Petelin. The actual relocation, the heavy lifting to be done by Anna Kikina using the European robotic arm from a workstation inside the Russian segment of the space station. The radiator that is being prepared for its relocation on the next spacewalk, the preparation work being conducted today, weighs almost 1,100 pounds of mass.
And just take the image from up top so you can see the marks, the aligning marks. Okay, we'll try to add as much light as we can.
Раз в 4 секунды, да, он делает? Раз.
По-моему, раз в 5 секунд. Ну, там секунд 10-15 ты снимаешь, и это...
So you will take photos for about 8 seconds or so. So you press it and just hold it. Okay, I'm activating it. Just make sure that the camera is off in the OFF position. Will do. We'll verify. And I confirm that it's in the OFF position. All right. So then look at the restraints 6 and 7. Okay, so we'll start translating towards the radiator restraints. Yes, so we can see them. Copy.
With the adapter for the Strela telescoping boom having been attached to the grapple fixture on the airlock on the Rosviet module,
I see 6 and 5.
the next order of business for Prokopiev and Petelin will be the removal of the first 4 out of 6 radiator restraints, holding the radiator on Rosviet in place. Those restraints, of course, held the radiator in check during its launch on the Rosviet module in the cargo bay of the Space Shuttle Atlantis 12 years ago in May of 2010 on the STS-132 mission that delivered Rosviet along with the radiator and the airlock earmarked for relocation to Naoka.
It to the small ring. Yes, the ring is quite small on the radiator restraint. All right. Number 6 is secure, and I have secured number 7 restraint. Copy. So all are in place. So what is your proposal to remove this wiring that is holding it in place? Well, the wrench would not help you in this case. Oh, actually, I removed it. It was easy. No issues.
Вернул фиксатор на 90 градусов.
So I have turned the fixator to 90 degrees, so now I'm installing the wrench.
Да, ключом.
So did you remove the restraint with the wrench? Yes, I put the wrench underneath and no effort required. It was very easy to remove it.
Так, фиксатор, значит, снят.
Okay, the restraint is off. All right, now you can unscrew it. And how did you secure it in place? With the help of a rod? Yes, a small rod. All right.
Не очень, да? Ага.
So that probably we'll need to use something else because we need to secure some with an additional means. Copy will do. And Sergey, the same with you.
Он на кипер, он внутри служки, я тогда...
How did you do that, the Cape Kidder? It was inside the bag, so I can stop. Well, let's do it in a similar fashion. So we just need to make sure that everything is secured in place. All right.
Да, это мелкая моторика.
It's quite small.
Французский карабин довольно тугие.
Yeah, this tether is kind of more difficult to handle.
Так, перевел ключ. Положим.
All right. I switched the wrench in a different position. We copy.
Так, зафиксировал кипером.
Okay, so I have secured it in place with the Cape Keeper. Copy.
Так, есть одна стяжка вытаскиваю.
Okay, I've got one restraint. And the same with number 6. We copy.
Убираю круглый бэк.
All right, I'm removing this part. Are you able to reach out to the next restraint? I will try, probably.
Стяжка выглядит как только что с завода.
The restraint actually looks brand new, as if it just came from the manufacturing table. Good, and we might have some challenges with opening some. And then remove it and just make sure you're not touching Any protruding items, you mean these pins on this side? Yes. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. And that's a similar story with the next ones. I copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 15 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The two cosmonauts opened the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 8:39 a.m. Central Time, 9:39 a.m. Eastern Time, signifying the beginning of the 255th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Today's work is the preparation of the radiator that is housed on the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, in preparation for its move robotically using the European robotic arm on the next Russian spacewalk that is scheduled by Prokopyev and Petelin for November 25th. The two cosmonauts have already installed an adapter for the Strela telescoping boom on the airlock grapple fixture that is also on Rassvet. The airlock itself will be relocated from Rassvet to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on December 6th. They are in the process of removing the first 4 out of 6 radiator restraints that have held the radiator in place since its launch on a space shuttle mission 12 years ago. The two cosmonauts will also be opening up valves to vent nitrogen in the hydraulic loops in the radiator that will be relocated and activated to be used to dissipate heat from the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Naoka will be serving a dual purpose, both as a laboratory for scientific research as well as a second airlock for Russian-based spacewalks.
You'll have the sun out. We copy. Excellent. All right. So I'm working with the next.
While today's Russian spacewalk is in progress here in Mission Control Houston, down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the team of flight controllers monitoring the progress of Orion en route to the moon and the outbound powered flyby to take it to its distant retrograde orbit following its launch yesterday atop the Space Launch System from the Kennedy Space Center. Orion is making great progress, in good shape, approaching the midway point between the Earth and the Moon. This is a real-time telemetry-driven projection of Orion currently, as it is 141,000 miles from Earth and some 163,000 miles from the Moon. It will pass the so-called lunar sphere of influence midway point tomorrow, actually on Saturday, and will conduct its outbound powered flyby of the moon on Monday.
I have removed it from its
The lunar sphere of influence entry, by the way, beg your pardon, is Sunday, with the outbound powered flyby of the moon that will take Orion behind the dark side of the moon and will slingshot it en route to distant retrograde orbit. That will take place on Monday morning. And we will be on the air on NASA TV live for that activity. The team currently in the White Ficker, as it is called, the White Flight Control Room, where space shuttle missions used to be conducted out of. Now the Artemis Flight Control Room is led by Flight Director Paul Kanya for this particular shift, as they are continuing their round-the-clock oversight of Orion's flight, a test flight on the Artemis 1 mission, a 25-plus day mission that will culminate with entry and splashdown in the Pacific Ocean southwest of San Diego on Sunday, December 11.
All right, I am translating down. So I've got the lights. Copy.
Прием, как слышно?
How do you read us? We read you loud and clear. Copy.
Можно американские светильники оставить, а орлановские выключить.
As Gennady was saying in the past, you can leave the U.S. lights on and switch off the Orlan lights. Copy. Switching off the Orlan lights.
Артем, вот у меня здесь этот пульс якорь стоит, я же за него фиксироваться могу?
The foot restraint is installed here in this area. I guess I could secure myself on it. Were you saying that the yakor foot restraint is here? Yes.
Что его обойти стороной?
So I can just go around it.
Мне тут, значит, далековато.
Otherwise, it would be too far
До следующего поручня.
until I get to the next handrail.
Сейчас посмотрим. Итак, Артем, я нахожусь в районе стяжки.
So, Artem, I am near restraint number 4.
Принято.
Copy. I'm ready to release the restraints.
В районе верхней части, да?
Copy. Are you in the upper area or in the area lower, where the lower nut is installed? All right, so the restraints look the same. So you're next to the locking nut, correct? And I am near the FRGF target, copy. And you will see that there are circular handrails in that area. You can use those for translation, copy. It feels warm in the sun.
Да, сейчас у нас будет почти 50 минут солнышко.
Yes, we still have about 50 minutes of sunlight. I can see inaudible. It may become overcast. No, it should be sunny today, according to the forecast. All right, so I'm translating towards the upper part of the radiator. Copy. So I have reached restraint 4 area at the top here. Copy. Go ahead and retrieve the cap keeper, tether it, and you're going to proceed with the restraint removal. Copy.
Серег, еще поаккуратнее, пожалуйста, у тебя под ногами антенна находится.
Almost an hour and a half into today's spacewalk, a good view of the two cosmonauts who are at the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. At the top of your screen, docked to Rosviet, is the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft that brought Prokopiev, Petelin, and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio to the station back in September for their 6-month mission on the orbital outpost. They are in the process of identifying and releasing a series of launch restraints for the radiator that is stowed on Rosviet. Again, Rosviet was the module, the mini research module number 1 in the lexicon of space station parlance, that was delivered to the station 12 years ago on the STS-132 space shuttle mission of Atlantis. Also on Rosviet is an airlock that will be prepared for its relocation from Rosviet to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Today's work is preparing the radiator itself for its relocation on the next Russian spacewalk on November 25th. The airlock itself to be relocated on December 6th during the 3rd Russian spacewalk in the current series.
Так, первая моя, да?
Да, твоя первая стяжка.
So do I go first? Yes, restraint 1.
Есть фиксация количества солдат.
Confirm that the valve ring is tethered. Copy.
Застраховал.
It is tethered.
Принято.
Restraint is secured and tethered. Copy.
Расфиксировал болт
The bolt is released, and I'm starting to release the torque on the restraint.
Стяжка изъята.
Have removed the restraint.
Принято.
Так.
Copy.
Убираю крылок.
I'm stowing it in the crew lock bag.
Принято.
Sergei Prokopiev on the left, Dmitry Petelin on the right. 1 hour 31 minutes into today's spacewalk. The International Space Station flying 260 miles over the South Pacific, about to move from southwest to northeast in an orbit that will carry it across the southern tip of South America.
Towards the USA.
A good view of the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft that is docked to the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the space station. The two cosmonauts working in tandem to release the first quartet of the 6 radiator restraints holding the heat-dissipating radiator to the Rassvet module in preparation for its November 25th relocation robotically from Rassvet to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, the European robotic arm, to do the heavy lifting under the direction of Anna Kikina from a workstation inside the Russian segment of the station.
Sure. It's a good thing we didn't have to do it this time. Indeed.
Тут только одна задача ограничена.
Otherwise, we would just be able to get one task done.
Дим, потом повернись. Купол.
Dima, you can then turn around to face the dome. Stand by.
Ради такого дела можно и светофильтр поднять.
Inaudible. That's right.
Сейчас немножко отдохните, мы довольно ударно поработали, гайки покрутили.
Please take a break. You have been working hard enough. Releasing the nuts.
Минуту отдохнем и дальше будем работать с УСА.
So take a couple of minutes to rest, and then you will proceed with the active attachment interface operations.
Сергей, ну тогда опускай светофильтр, если уже это, чтобы глаза привыкли.
Sergey, go ahead and lower down your light filter.
Да, мы сейчас, когда встретимся в районе уст,
Make sure that you
вправим
get used to the
давление,
light.
затем вправим
And
давление с радиатора.
so what's next? Translating towards the USA. Yes, correct. You will translate there, then you will start venting the radiator lines.
К нему.
Before you start venting the lines, you'll have to position yourselves on the inner side of the USA attachment interface. You will see two MLI flaps there that cover hydraulic connectors 6, 7, 9, and 10, 11. We're going to have to check those out first to make sure that they're closed. Then
The two cosmonauts are running about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline, making good work as they move along. They have removed several of the radiator restraints on the radiator housed on the Rosviet module, and now we'll press ahead to begin opening up vents to release nitrogen pressure from the hydraulic loops in the radiator that has been housed on Rosviet for the past 12 years.
I am at the top where it says MLI valves. So this is your second priority now. Well, actually, it is not stitched up. It will have to be secured. And it is secured with the Velcro straps only. Copy. That goes for the entire diameter for all the sides. Yes, correct. All right, so go ahead and secure it then.
Ну, снизу вот она подшита, наблюдаю.
However, it is stitched up on the lower side. If you look at the end of it or to the side on your left, it looks like it is stitched up.
Не похоже. Давайте я ее застрахую просто. Или потом, когда с клонами будем работать, да?
Let's check out all of the connectors involved on the inner side. And once you switch to the valves 1, 2, etc., then you can also secure it all at the same time.
Связи нет. Да, похоже. Я думаю, чего мне так темно?
How copy?
Как
How do you
слышно?
read me?
О, слышно теперь.
We have you loud and
This
clear.
is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. Another view of the two cosmonauts, Sergei Prokopyev on the left, Dmitry Petelin on the right. At the top of your screen, the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft that carried Prokopyev, Petelin, and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio to the station back in September. It is docked to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station. Rosviet also currently housing a heat-dissipating radiator and an airlock, a second airlock for Russian-based spacewalks at the station. Those two components to be robotically relocated to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The radiator will be moved on the next Russian spacewalk on November 25th, the airlock to be robotically relocated on December 6th.
8, number 5 also. Well, okay, I see you just opened one flap, okay.
Хорошо. Что, проверяем?
So what should I do now?
Да,
To make sure that they're closed?
9.
Yes. Valves number 6, 7, 8, and 9 should be closed. Copy?
Дима, скажи, вот ты в таком
Дмитрий.
состоянии находишься, тебе таблички на УСА читаемые?
Can you see the USA attachment interface markings and placards
И направление
at
стрелочек тоже.
this distance? Yes, I can see all of the
Принято.
markings there, speech, roll, your, etc. And do you see the direction of the arrows? And yes, that too. Copy.
Вот стрелки вращаем, гидроразъемы проверяем.
Please rotate connectors clockwise.
И он теперь не хочет.
Okay, so I have installed the wind knob, and I can't take it off now.
Если сначала ключ, а потом барашек.
Well, please use the wrench first, and then the wind knob.
Как бы мне с ключом-то удобней.
Well, I guess the wrench is going to work best.
Наоборот, до этого, до цилиндра на барашке удобнее будет без ключа дотянуться. Там же цилиндр надо.
Actually, you're going to have to pull on the cylinder there, so wind knob would work better for that rather than the wrench. Okay.
Это поближе к тебе подойди.
Okay, so I'm going to move closer to you then. Okay, got it.
Давай тогда следующий без барашка попробуй.
All right, so go ahead and try to operate the next one without using the wind knob.
Уже надел на 7, ладно.
Well, it's okay for number 7 since you have already installed it on it.
Седьмой проверил, закрыт.
I have checked out valve number 7. It is closed. Copy.
Проверяю 8.
I'm checking number 8 now.
Сергей, по-моему, ты сейчас наоборот открывал.
Sergey, I think you opened it just now.
Надо по стрелке, которая на
No,
барашке.
please use the arrow that is on your wind knob.
Против часовой это закрыто. Обратно.
So counterclockwise would be closed then.
Есть. 9 тоже.
Okay, I got that one. Number 9 is closed. Copy.
Сфотографируй и
Please photograph the position of the valves and do not operate valve number 5. Copy.
Я пока сфотографирую.
So let me take photographs.
Принято, давай тогда пока сфотографируй, передадим.
Copy. Go ahead and take some photographs for now.
Вот какие виды работают с нами.
Принято.
Copy.
Да, можно 5 секунд поснимать и дальше к следующим кранам.
Yes, you can take a few more seconds to remove it and then move on to the next valves.
Принято.
Copy.
Выполнил съемку.
Принято.
I have completed taking photographs. Copy.
Это фильтр открой.
Please open your light filter.
Так, FT закрываем или пока не надо?
Should we close the MLI flaps? Yes.
Хорошо.
You can go ahead and close specifically this flap. Okay. Camera is off.
Камера выключена.
The camera is now off.
Принято.
Copy.
Ты тогда занимайся кранами,
Sergey,
которые 10 и 11.
go ahead and proceed with valve number 10 and 11 operations.
Как кабель
And
зафиксирован,
Dmitry,
который разъем КФР1.
you can do the cable
Увидишь
R1 connector of the radiator. You'll see that there is a cap there,
проходит через поручень
and the cable is routed with the handrail towards the radiator. And
ленточкой приклеен.
there is also a piece of strap attached there. Okay, I see what you mean. It is on the surface. And I guess it can be removed easily. Is it attached with Velcro?
Не знаю.
I'm not sure.
Пробуй сейчас отлепить. Только вот эту липучку. Да. Подожди, Сергей.
Sergey,
Еще второй клапан FT с внутренней стороны уса проверить.
Sergey, make sure that you check out MLI flap number 2 on the inner side of the USA interface. There are some fluid connectors there, and then you will proceed to the valves
Так, а еще раз насчет
and close MLI flaps. All right, so the cable, I see the cable, it is routed through 2 Lirka clips. Yes, that's correct. And then if you look lower, the cable is secured via a Velcro loop or strap. Okay, I see it. So can you remove it easily? Okay, let me try.
Да, это обычная велкро.
Yes, this is just a regular Velcro strap. A copy, so no worries about that then. We've had some questions about it before. Okay, so I see valves number 10 and 11. This is Sergey, and should I close them? Yes, go ahead and close them. Please be careful because a critical piece of equipment, antenna, is right behind your back. Copy.
Десятый проконтролировал, закрыт.
I checked Connector 10, it's closed. Copy.
Где-то меньше четверти оборота.
Less than a quarter turn
Принято.
to close the number 11.
Закрывай. Сфотографируй,
Copy. Before you cover it, take a photograph of connectors 10 and 11 and then close them off with MLI. Okay.
В принципе, пока Диму ожидаешь, ты можешь
Дима,
закрывать клапаны
while
на гидроразъемах, на кранах.
he is waiting, you can
Можно его
work
страховать и открыть.
with the connectors,
Вот верхний, который, да?
but make sure you tether the cups. You're talking about the ones on top? Affirmative.
Страховать и открыть, хорошо.
Okay, tether and open. Copy.
Так, выключаю камеру.
I am turning off the camera. Copy.
Выключена камера.
Camera is off.
Принято.
Copy.
Застраховал.
Okay, tethering is in place.
Открываем теперь.
Copy. Now you can open them.
Да, он свободно летящий.
Yes, it's a free flyer.
Экраны перед нами.
The valves are in front.
Теперь краны. Давайте начнем с любого. Кто из вас будет крутить?
You can start with any of those valves. Which one of you will operate the valves? That would be me. I'm already holding it. Okay. Now I need a wrench.
Можно по циклограмме. У нас стоит и по нумерации 1 КР1. Потом...
Timeline calls out 1 KR1, 1 KR2, 2 KR1, and 2 KR2.
Открываем, да?
So, am I going to open?
Открываем, да, это порядка 7 оборотов.
Yes. It will take about 7 turns along the arrow.
Хорошо. Открываем.
Okay, in work.
R2. Сергей одновременно 1 КР1.
I'm working on 2 KR2. Sergey is working on 1 KR1. They are easy to open manually. Copy that.
Много оборотов.
I think I have quite a few turns. 1 KR1 is open.
1 hour, 54 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts now beginning to open up valves to vent nitrogen from the hydraulic loops on the radiator that is housed on the Rassvet module. This in preparation for its robotic relocation on November 25th during the next spacewalk from Rassvet to Naoka.
Well, we'll be checking the telemetry. The nitrogen is escaping via torque-free nozzle, so we are going to see a pressure drop on the telemetry. This is how we will know it is escaping. Okay.
Давление падает, так что все.
And we see pressure is dropping, so valves are open nominally.
Выкрутить принято.
Already.
4 крана открыты.
So all 4 valves are open.
Точно так.
Affirmative.
Теперь, стандартная просьба сфотографировать.
Okay, now
Фотографировать
take
еще раз.
a
Потом
few photographs,
устанавливаем клапан FT.
then install
Дальше Дим
MLI.
и стяжки передашь Сергею в крылок бэк.
Then, Dima, you will pass your cinches or restraints to the krulok bag. Okay.
И просьба, когда будете фотографировать,
And as you take photographs, please snap a few pictures on the radiator showing that the restraints are removed. Okay.
Общий вид на ШК, да.
So general view of the airlock chamber and whatever gets in the shot. Okay. Will do.
Сергей.
Да.
Sergey,
Проверь, пожалуйста, положение
please
ручного
check
крана.
position of the manual hot-cold
Задел, наверное, из нуля смесь.
switch. It looks like you bumped it. It's off of the 0 position.
All of the valves holding nitrogen
Now it's
in the hydraulic loops of the radiator that is on the Rosviet module are open. Pressure has dropped as planned, and so that nitrogen has been vented from the hydraulic loops.
photography.
Also, the 2 cosmonauts have removed all 6 restraints holding the radiator in place, launch restraints.
Okay, copy.
This prior to the demating of the radiator during the next spacewalk to enable it to be relocated through the use of the European robotic arm that will be operated inside the Russian segment of the station by Anna Kikina.
Камеру отключу.
Принято.
Photo camera is off. Copy.
Сергей, а пока, может быть, откроешь крылок бэк?
Sergey,
Снять стяжки.
in the meantime, open the krulok bag so that the cinching restraints can be stowed in it. Will do.
Беру такой. Клапан установлен.
MLI is installed.
Есть.
And I confirm
Принято.
I am opening the krulok bag. Copy.
Так, я весь кипер у него забираю, да?
Am I taking the fastening tape
Да.
from him?
Не нужен он будет.
Yes, we are not going to need it anymore.
Так, а может туда...
Через страховку давайте это сделаем.
Please use safety tethers.
Давай внутренний. Готовился. Ага, все, да? Отпускай. Ага. Все, снял.
Okay.
А вот еще один. Ага.
It is untethered on my side. Okay, I got it tethered on my side. Here comes the restraint.
Мне казалось, что один кипер должен был быть с другими карабинами.
I thought that the kit keeper was supposed to have different hooks. Yesterday we did hardware swap.
Понятно.
instead of French hooks, we're using these ones. So how was your experience working with the kit keeper? It was very good. French hooks do require small arm movements, but on the other hand, we install them and we install and forget. Right, right. Quick reminder, there is a lock on the crew lock bag. You see the upper door where the timeline is attached? I think you did not see it correctly. I think you are right. Okay, now we will translate via Strela on the other side, the side where Sergei is located. Copy. Okay, is the red one looking good? Okay, do you want to pass on the left? Please release this one. Okay. Good, I got it.
Я переместился на поручень 5046.
I am on handrail 5046
Первого.
towards MRM1,
Верно, адаптеру.
towards the pressurized adapter.
Я следом.
And I am following behind.
Наблюдаю пост управления стрелой.
I see the operator post in Strela direction.
Так, смотрим, что здесь можно предпринять.
Okay, let's see what we can do here.
Нам надо немножко по кольцевым поручням сместиться
You
в сторону
need to use
поручней ФГБ.
circular handrails to translate towards FGB. I think you need to be a little higher than you are now. Okay, a little higher.
Там не дотянуться?
Can you reach from here? Well, this bonding protection may provide a translation path.
Нет, по-моему, наоборот, надо пониже
No,
спуститься. Извини, я ошибся. Вот пониже.
Да, да.
I have to correct myself. You have to go lower, not higher.
Я не сразу сориентировался, да. Именно пониже, и там
That's right.
переход на кольцевые.
And I apologize. I didn't get my bearings straight initially. I am in the area of MRM1 circular handrails, and in front of me, I see handrail 1075, FGB circular handrail. I can translate via that handrail.
Хорошо, 1075. А 1063 далеко не видишь его, да?
Okay, 1075. What about 1063? Do you see it?
Да, 1063.
I think 1063 is below.
Достаточно сильно закрашены уже, вернее, они закоптились сами поручни.
The handrails
Плохо различимые.
have quite a lot of soot on them, so sometimes it's hard to read
Там смотри, если
the markings.
видишь, что по этим там два...
Okay, that's fine. If you just pick the handrails that are suitable for your translation and never mind the markings. Okay. So if you see a translation path that is suitable for you, please use it. Okay.
Я обошел антенну.
Okay, I got around the antenna. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The two cosmonauts are running about an hour ahead of their scheduled timeline activities, having installed an adapter on the Strela telescoping boom on a grapple fixture on the airlock that is housed on the Rosviet module of the International Space Station. That airlock to be robotically relocated from Rosviet to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module during a Russian spacewalk on December 6th. A good view of Sergei Prokopyev wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes. He is joined outside today by Dmitry Petelin in his first spacewalk of his career, wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. This is Prokopiev's third spacewalk of his career, as the International Space Station is passing over the west coast of Africa, moving from southwest to northeast, about to enter an orbital sunset. The two cosmonauts have opened up a series of valves to vent nitrogen out of hydraulic loops in a radiator that is being prepared for its relocation on the next Russian spacewalk coming up on November 25th. They also removed a half-dozen launch restraints on that radiator, which again will be robotically relocated by Anna Kikina, operating the European robotic arm from inside the space station. She will move it from Rosviet to Naoka for its attachment to the new multi-purpose laboratory module.
Right.
Okay.
The two cosmonauts are moving to the second of the two Strela telescoping booms. They'll be installing a retainer on the Strela 2, as it is called. And then we'll press ahead for the installation of what is called a large object attachment system on Naoka, to which the airlock will be attached and mated during the December 6th spacewalk by the two cosmonauts.
I translated across Strela. I am on the other side. How about the solar rays are not interfering? Copy. You are going to translate to STU and start releasing. And I am following behind. Copy. We see you. I completed attachment on Strela. Copy. Dima is in process. Yes, I am making my attachments now.
Так.
We are on STU. Copy. So, whenever you're ready, start translating to the grapple fixture. Okay, STU released. And we start translating. We just have to be careful translating near the antenna. And we are past it. No, not yet. Wait, let me raise it up a little. Yeah, like that. It's good. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. I have to get myself in the position here. Okay, we have cleared the antenna. Copy. This means you're halfway there. Okay, we are at the grapple fixture.
У нас через 2,5 минуты будет тень, так что надо будет вам подготовиться.
Gentlemen, get ready for eclipse in a couple of minutes.
Блокиратора. Для чего сначала надо будет застраховать ручку на стреле и снять.
Now we're getting ready for retainer installation. Remove handle on Strela in order for the retainer to be installed in its place. Okay, let us first secure the S2. Stand by with that, because if you secure it, it might interfere with your ops. Okay. Okay, large red.
И там к ручке у нас что за карабин такой?
And what is that hook on the handle? Looks like a safety hook.
Да, я вот наблюдаю, что к ручке один карабин
зафиксирован,
да?
This is the one that is tethered to the foot restraint.
Да, пока переместите его.
Okay, please move it either towards the grapple fixture at the handle or past the fair lid. A handle removal in progress. We had a short LOS, so I copy you are removing the handle. No, we're talking about attachment. Can we put that handle on the red in the crew lock bag? Affirmative. If you have an available hook, then yes. But remember, you said that if wing nut is secured with a hook, that might interfere with unscrewing. Okay, I see wire ties, coiled wire ties available. Okay, I copy. It's just that video didn't come up fast enough.
Ну, отлично, у нас плюс 2 проволочных фиксатора будет внутри.
Oh, this is wonderful. We will have 2 wire ties. Actually, let me put it on the large. There are 4 of those, and all 4 are occupied. Inaudible. Inaudible. Static in the loop.
Есть фиксация.
Принято.
Copy.
Я тогда начинаю рукоятку расфиксировать.
You start retrieving, and I will start releasing the handle.
Ну вот, я освободился как раз от него.
Inaudible.
Да? Давай мы его сразу крылом бэк. Освободился, если? Да.
Inaudible.
Я на себя перевел, да. Ладно, пока так. Далеко улетел. Так, раскрыл рукоять.
Okay, I have opened the handle. I am dismantling it as we speak. Copy.
Если... Да, нет.
Let me try it this way or not.
Зафиксировал, застраховал.
All right, and it's been secured in place.
Получается, да, ты отдаешь?
All right, so are you giving it to me this end? Yes.
А, мне надо перецепить тогда.
All right, then I need to rehook. Please stand by.
Тебя снял.
Давай мне его.
На тебе.
Принял.
And hand it to me. Here you go.
На тебе, да.
All right, the panel is on you right now. I copy, and that's a good sign.
Выполняю. Сейчас раскрытие сначала.
All right, let's open it up first. I got it.
Так, устанавливаю.
Installing the handle in place.
Смотрите на ориентацию.
Just make sure
Вырез
the orientation is correct.
встал на это место.
The dented part, the indent, should be aligned correctly. Will do.
Как слышно?
How do you read us?
Да, понимаю.
Yes, I'm pressing it.
Принято. У нас сейчас, возможно, немножко пару минут будет нестабильная.
Quite possibly we'll have unstable comm. We copy.
Хорошо.
Sounds good.
Так. Сейчас, подожди, вот это лейер, он должен быть
Okay, this lanyard
пропущен через...
should be sent
Обнимка должна быть.
through within.
Нет, вот так вот, да?
So it doesn't work.
Закрываем.
All right, we're closing it here.
Нет, что-то не так. Не, так
No,
не проходит.
I don't think it goes through like this. Something is not working.
Лейер, да? Вот так вот.
Ага, ну,
Just like that. Yes, that's the only way.
Лейер вы прижали.
So the lanyard
да, краешек лейера.
has been secured at the end over here. Yes, we put it closer to the edge.
Вытянуть его.
Just pull it out.
Он там закреплен, зафиксирован.
It's secured. It's fixed. So it should not be a problem.
Так, сначала мы большое кольцо, правильно?
So first is the largest end correct? Yes.
Достаю ключ.
I'm getting the wrench. Okay, I'm tightening it up. Sounds good. Just like that, just go down. Just like that. And I have tightened this one first manually. And now tightening it up with the wrench. Copy. A small ring. Not too much force. I've got it. It's tightened up. Copy. After that, please check out the functionality of the block aerator. So put the handle in the closed position and then check out that it all is all working when you move the grapple fixture. It's closed. And I needed to tighten it in the open position or not? I think so. Okay. It's rotating loose a little bit. Let's try it with the free end. So maybe I should try it in an open position again. Well, the loose rotation, you'll always have it, the play. That's to be expected. So is it fully loose when you're trying to close it? In that case, if it's tight, but there's a little loose play, that should be expected. That's not a problem. All right. So it's tightened up. It's going around well. So I'm switching it to a closed position. And now it does not move at all. So not one bit. I copy. That's good. So we should have tightened it up onto a small ring in a closed position, not open. Copy. Okay, the grapple fixture. Come again. So the STU should be now secured in place. Sounds good. So it's been secured. Copy. And the foot restraint is also secured with the lanyard. Don't forget to run the lanyard through the foot restraint? Well, if it goes through a ring, you can leave it as is. You can also take those wire ties with you. So let's take them with us, because we'll have to use quite a few wire ties for the next kit that we'll be installing. You said 3 wire ties or 2? All. Take all of them. Well, I don't think we had shortages inside of those wire ties. Well, when we'll be working in the future, jettisoning and stuff.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 32 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The 255th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. This is the 10th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year, the second for Expedition 68, coming just 48 hours after NASA astronauts Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio ventured outside to conduct the erection of brackets on the S6 truss, or the starboard 6 truss of the station, for the future installation of one of the ISS rollout solar arrays to augment power capability for the international outpost. Today's spacewalk is the first in a series of 4 spacewalks over the next month by Russian cosmonauts, and in the midst of what is called the Iron Man period for Expedition 68, with a ton of operational activity being conducted both inside and outside the orbital outpost. The 2 cosmonauts emerged from the Poisk airlock, opening the hatch at 8:39 a.m. Central Time, 9:39 a.m. Eastern Time. They're running about an hour ahead of their timeline. Today's activities designed to prepare a radiator that is housed on the outside of the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station for its relocation using the European robotic arm during the next spacewalk coming up in just 8 days on November 25th. They installed an adapter for the Strela telescoping boom on a grapple fixture on the airlock that is also housed on Rosviet. Both the airlock and the radiator were launched attached to Rosviet on the STS-132 mission of the shuttle Atlantis back in May of 2010. Those 2 components now in the offing to be relocated to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Those 2 components to be relocated to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, the airlock, to serve as a second embarkation point for Russian spacewalks in the future, along with the Poisk module. The radiator will be attached to serve as a heat dissipating element for the scientific experiments that will be conducted inside the Naoka module in the years to come. The next spacewalk on November 25th, again, will see the relocation of the radiator from Rosviet to Naoka. The subsequent spacewalk on December 6th will move the airlock from Rosviet to Naoka. And the airlock and the radiator both will begin to be activated during a December 21st spacewalk, all to be conducted by Prokopyev and Petelin. The European robotic arm to be operated on the next 2 spacewalks to relocate the hardware from Rosviet to Naoka will be operated by Anna Kikina from inside the International Space Station. As Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin work outside of the International Space Station, down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control is the White Flight Control Room, where the flight controllers overseeing the flight of Orion on the Artemis 1 mission are at their consoles looking over all of the data associated with Orion. At about 5:30 Central Time this morning, Orion's engine, its orbital maneuvering system engine, fired in the second outbound trajectory correction burn, the OTC-2 burn, to further fine-tune its path away from Earth toward the moon and a rendezvous with the moon on Monday morning for what is known as the OPF, or the outbound powered flyby of the moon, which will take Orion behind the dark side of the moon, slingshot it around to head out to a distant retrograde orbit further away from Earth than any human-rated spacecraft has ever flown. You can see right now that in real-time telemetry being delivered from Orion and processed here in Mission Control, that Orion is 144,577 miles from Earth and some 161,000 plus miles from the moon. So we're approaching the midway point to the moon. That point, called the lunar sphere of influence, will be entered on Sunday afternoon, with the outbound powered flyby of the moon to be conducted on Monday morning. In case you're keeping track, we plan a briefing tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. Eastern Time from the Johnson Space Center, a mission status briefing to provide an update on Orion's flight since its launch from the Kennedy Space Center in the early morning hours yesterday, and our live coverage of the outbound powered flyby of the moon by Orion will begin on Monday morning at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time, with the OPF burn to occur about 30 minutes later. Back outside of the International Space Station, the two cosmonauts have completed the installation of a retaining device on one of the two Strela telescoping booms. The next major task on tap for the cosmonauts will be the installation of what is called a Large Object Attachment System on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, to which the airlock is going to be attached during its robotic relocation from Rosviet to Naoka on December 6th.
Я на обрезе люка 1.
You can
Могу уже начать вход.
see it here. Yes, we copy. Okay, then just keep translating.
Ну, вообще, как мы договаривались,
And as we have agreed, and the crew log bag is here,
бэк пока будет на тебе.
so the kit from the crew log bag will be on you. Agreed? Copy?
И будешь первый выводить
And
с панелями.
as we have agreed, you'll be coming in, then you'll be the first
Будем выводить из какого?
taking the panel kit.
Я захожу.
Принято.
Inaudible.
Фиксировал внутри.
Okay, I've secured it inside.
Так, может, стрелок-бэк снаружи пока оставить?
So maybe I should put the crew log bag to the side at the moment,
Или мешать не будет?
or it will not be interfering. I don't think it should be interfering. I copy.
Если не будет мешать, то мы на следующем выходе тогда сразу крыло бэк внутри.
If it does not interfere with anything, then we'll just keep it the way it is.
Так, я внутри.
So all are inside. Copy. Inaudible.
Дим, просвети там, пожалуйста.
Could you please secure this and hold it? Just come a bit closer. Closer. All right.
Трансфиксации панелей.
Inaudible. So we're getting ready to translate copy.
Так, я тогда файл забираю, да, нет?
So shall I take this tether with me?
Да, сейчас тебе подам.
Yes, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Я вот дотянулся.
Okay, I was able to reach it myself. Sounds good.
Так, мы... Так, кронштейн вперед, да?
Inaudible.
Кронштейн.
Нет, не кронштейнами, надо поручнями.
Not the brackets, but the handrails should be aiming forward.
Отпусти.
Just lower them down. Just lower them.
Ага, все, давай.
All right, got it. Let's do it.
Держи.
All right, just like that.
Панели вывели, а то как-то пропустил это.
What about the panels? Were you able to get the panels out?
Where's fire?
Inaudible.
Есть, да?
You got it?
Панели принял.
Yes, I have accepted the panels. I'm holding them. And the tether, just release that tether. I'm holding them.
Так, есть.
Just like that. Got it. They've been released.
Собираем.
So hold them. I am.
Теперь я расфиксирую ЦКО.
So now I'm going to release SKKO.
Так, нам надо рукоятками вперед, да?
So I guess the handrails should be aiming forward.
Да.
Yes.
Когда с панелями, Дим, смотри, один пирогин на свой короткий
Guys,
вешай, а один
so with the panels,
опоры.
one hook, the small one,
Ага, хорошо.
should be attached to you and the other on the other side. Excellent.
Пока
Оставь
выводим.
пока на поручнях. Да, оставь пока на поручнях.
Just leave it at the handrail for right now, and once you're ready to leave the PKO, then you unhook it.
Можно куда-нибудь пока в сторону стрелы.
But now just secure it on the side. Copy. And it worked.
Видишь гайку-нибудь?
Do you see the bolt on your side?
А, внутри которая? Да.
The one inside? Yes.
Не до конца осталось. Влитку.
So it looks like the lanyard did not go to that very end on that side. I see that. Okay, I'm going to change that.
Теперь мы ее...
All right. Now,
Окантуй. Тебе.
just secure it. Please. Just, are we going to rotate it? Yes, turn it. Holding it. Just like that. I'll do it from the bottom. It's just going like that. Careful. And it's moving out. That's good. It's moving out so well. Yes, and we confirm we are watching you guys from the ground. Beautiful. Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 50 minutes into the spacewalk. You're looking at Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin as they bring the large object attachment system out of the
Been secured.
Poisk module airlock. They'll be moving this attachment device from Poisk down to the
Move out.
Naoka multipurpose laboratory module to install it. This is the device to which the airlock that is currently housed on the Rosviad module will be attached to.
Yes, on one side.
That airlock to be robotically relocated by the European robotic arm under the direction of flight engineer Anna Kikina, who will be operating the arm from a control panel inside the space station, while Prokopyev and Petelin are outside during a spacewalk planned for December 6th.
Am I taking the panels as well?
Сразу вешай тогда на свой короткий
Yes, you're going to take out the panels.
сторону стрелы куда-нибудь.
And you're going to have to tether it on one of the short tethers. Also drop a tether on one of the handrails. Copy.
Выхода из тени осталось чуть меньше минуты.
And you have less than a minute before sunrise.
Сергей, а можешь, пожалуйста, свою камеру посмотреть? А то она зависла, картинка у нас. Может,
Sergey, can you check your camera? Because the video is frozen on our end.
Да.
Camera, yes. Whenever you get a chance. Okay, will do.
Так, есть. Я переместился. Удерживаю. Скакал.
All right, so translation completed, and I am holding the SKKO large object attachment system. Copy. I'm releasing it now, and let me restart the camera.
Зеленый огонек горит на обоих.
Green LEDs are illuminated on both.
Но она могла зависнуть просто, пока ты был внутри,
Copy.
мимо.
I guess it just froze while you were inside the MRAM. Well, I have just restarted it, so let's see if it works. Okay, thanks. And let me swap my here.
Выхожу. Вышел на улицу.
Принято.
Прохладно. Так, все.
Зато безоблачно.
Держать, если надо. Ну да. Дим, как ты уже в районе стрелы, да? Я уже на стреле, да, на истории. Ну, я тогда поближе подойду.
Let me move in closer. Sure.
Готов держать. Держу.
I'm ready to hold it now. I'm holding it now. I have released the object now. And we're getting the video at the moment. Copy.
Так, нет, ну, в принципе, ты можешь до конца уже, да, сюда.
Well, actually, you can finish up here and translate to the very end.
Сейчас я фиксирую.
And I'm still holding it now. Let me release it and drop a tether here. Now let me set it up here. Okay, go ahead. So should I move it to the very end? Yes, sure. I'm here already. Okay, I see the second one. It is done. So you will start translating first, and I'll be holding it, and then I'm going to hand it over to you. Sounds good. Okay. So hold this for now. Inaudible. It is tethered now.
Про СТУ?
So the translation ring. All right, it is tethered to S2 translation ring. Let's go. Carefully. How is it going? Is there anything in the way? No, it's all good.
Там напоминаю про мишень на
So this is not mine. And just a reminder that there is a target near PKO. Yes, I'm trying to find it. How's it going? Is it hard? Yes. Is it moving? Is the ring moving? And please watch out for the antenna here. Be careful. Okay, let me try this. We're going to start translating to the other side. Have we moved past the target already? Yes, we have. Do you see the panels over there? It should be behind you. So you will need to move to the other side now. So move towards your feet. You need to rotate on the trailer. Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. At the bottom of your screen, you can see Sergei Prokopyev, the Expedition 68 commander, wearing the Orlan spacesuit with the red stripes. Just out of the field of view is his spacewalking partner for today, Dmitry Petelin, the other Roscosmos cosmonaut, outside in this 255th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The two cosmonauts are working to prepare for the relocation of both a radiator and an airlock that are housed on the Rosviet module of the International Space Station. Those two components to be relocated robotically using the European robotic arm, which will be operated by Anna Kikina from inside the space station during the next two spacewalks that Prokopyev and Petelin will conduct on November 25th and December 6th, respectively. The two cosmonauts have installed an adapter on the Strela telescoping boom that will then be used to attach to a flight grapple fixture on the airlock itself in preparation for its relocation. They opened up valves to dissipate nitrogen that were in hydraulic loops on the radiator on Rosviet. They also removed a half dozen radiator restraints that held the radiator in place during its launch, along with the airlock on the Rosviet module during the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010, and installed a retainer device on one of the two Strela booms on the outside of the Russian segment of the station. The two crew members are involved currently in positioning equipment for the installation of what is called a large object attachment system on the Naoka module of the International Space Station, to which the airlock eventually will be attached during its relocation activities on December 6th.
All right, so I can start doing that now. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to take it from your first. Go up. I'm holding it now. So, how do we tether the translation device? You can use a lanyard to tether it. Well, I guess we can pull on it, and its length is sufficient. You don't have to reach too far, because it should be along your translation path. And then we can secure it all on the way back. So translation ring is tethered, copy.
Теперь я буду держать тяжелую платку.
So I'm going to be holding the heavy bundle, and I think that you will have to secure the panels to swap their tethers. You know what to go? I'm holding the bundle. Copy. And that's the panels.
Так, мы продолжаем по кольцевым перемещаться.
So shall we proceed translating along the circular handrails? Yes, 4208, 07, 06. These are the numbers for the handrails. 4021, 4022, 4023.
И там будет поручень, который устанавливаемый 4320. Это уже на третьей плоскости непосредственно.
And then you will see a handrail on plane 3. Number inaudible. 4021 is to your right. Copy.
Так.
All right.
Я готов.
I'm ready.
Держать.
I'm ready to hold it.
Так. Все. Держу.
I'm holding it.
Платку тогда перефиксируем.
Давай.
Okay, let me do tether swap first for the bundle. Okay.
Это все тот же силовой кабель, который поаккуратнее надо с ним.
There's a power cable there, so please be careful. Copy.
We are in between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain our TV downlink from the International Space Station in just a moment or two as cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin work now 3 hours and almost 18 minutes into their spacewalk today. They are in the process of setting up for the attachment and installation of an item called the Large Object Attachment System on the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. This is the device to which the airlock currently housed on the Rosviet module will be attached to during the December 6th spacewalk that the two cosmonauts will conduct. The next spacewalk in this current series of extravehicular activity excursions by the cosmonauts will be on November 25th when they move a radiator currently on Rosviet that will dissipate heat to the Naoka module. So the radiator gets moved first, then the airlock on December 6th. The device that is being attached to Naoka as we speak by the cosmonauts is the device to which the airlock will be attached.
All right, I'm ready to take the bundle. I'm holding it. I have it. All right. I've let go of the bundle. Okay. I am at handrail 4021, and I will keep translating down.
Okay, I have released handrail on the handrail 4023. And I see the handrail going down, so it looks like I have to use it. And I am moving forward. Looks like we are at the final stretch.
Ожидаем, что ты вышел на третью плоскость.
We are seeing plane 3 and about handrail 4023. This is both handrail and handle. So keep that in mind as you're tethering. Oh, so this is a combination of handrail and the handle. Right, I forgot to give you a heads up about this. Okay, so we'll use something else. I don't think I can reach Sergey from here. So I'm going to 4321, handrail 4321. Actually, it is possible to translate on both sides, this and the other one. Are you holding? Yes, I'm holding. You'll probably have easier time going head in. I think so. Let me adjust my position. So does it matter which side will be used by which operator for translation? Please say again. Does it matter who goes on which side? I am on the side of the handrail 4320, and Sergey can go. You know, talking at the same time. You have to get to handrail 4340. There's a gap spanner. You have to step over it. Because the parallel translation path is not easy to get over that obstacle. You have to make a 45-degree turn. Okay, I see it. So this is why I think 4340 is a good translation path. And regarding who goes where, since you have wire ties and you will be able to clean up stuff into the clear log bag, you can go. So, which side am I going? I suggest you go via the bottom translation path. Okay, so I will translate towards that gap spanner handrail. Okay, I'm ready. Hold on, let me switch over. Look at the view. Beautiful view. Looks like we're flying over the Americas. Yeah. Nice, good eyes. So this is the same handrail. One and the same. Yes, the handle and the handrail. This handrail serves as a handle, so you have to attach to something else. Okay. Please be careful with this handrail.
Так, поехали.
All right, let's go.
Какое-то покрытие это новое на поручне.
It looks like new
Или то, что новое.
coating on the handrail.
Облетает. А здесь прям
Other handrails looked a little worn, but this looks brand spanking new.
Так, все, я дошел до 43-40, тогда перемахиваю на ту сторону.
Okay, I am at 4340 and I am swinging over to the other side.
Three and a half hours into the spacewalk, Prokopiev and Patelin are in the process of moving the large object attachment system over to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Again, this is the mechanism to which the airlock that is currently housed on Rosviet will be attached to on Naoka during the December 6th spacewalk that Prokopiev and Patelin will be conducting.
Let me take a couple more steps. I think you can move over there. Just please secure this. Actually, I can take it and bring it via the other side. The side I will be translating on. Yes, like that. Excellent. Okay. Are you ready? Yes, I'm holding. Okay, I have released it. You ready to take it? Yes, hand it over. Okay, like this. Okay, I'm holding. Good.
Сейчас картинка с ваших камер нестабильна из-за того, что вы в зоне затемнения Wi-Fi.
Guys, we are not getting good video because you're in the Wi-Fi blind spot, so please provide commentary. I understand you translated to the other side. Yes, I translated over 4340 towards the left side. I'm holding SKKO, and Sergey is translating on the right-hand side. Yes, I'm going in parallel. So we are translating each on our own path. Okay, I think it's the wrong side of the connector. So you're holding. Okay, go for release. Okay, we see the pins. And guys, at the PGO interface, there is a so-called ravine where handrails dip a little. So watch your safety tethers in that area. Okay, will do.
3 hours, 37 minutes into today's spacewalk, a view of Sergei Prokopiev. Just out of the field of view is Dmitry Petelin, the two cosmonauts, in the midst of the first of a series of 4 spacewalks they'll be conducting over the next month to move equipment to the Naoka multi-purpose laboratory module that you see them working at. In this case, they're working on one of the final tasks of today's spacewalk, that being the installation of what is called a large object attachment system that they will bolt into place on Naoka. It is to that device to which the airlock currently housed on the Rassvet module will be attached once it is robotically relocated from the Rassvet module to the Naoka module during the December 6th spacewalk. The next spacewalk in this series on November 25th will see the two cosmonauts supervising the relocation of the radiator that they prepared earlier in today's spacewalk. That will be detached from Rassvet and moved robotically to Naoka. The robotic operations to be conducted from inside the space station by Russian cosmonaut Anna Kikina from a control panel. She will be operating the 36-foot-long European robotic arm that is fixed to Naoka and will be used not only during this current series of spacewalks, but in the future to move both spacewalkers and hardware and scientific experiments back and forth.
Let me move a little bit. Yes, go ahead, move and pull it out, and I will untie it while you're holding it, and we'll secure it on the other side. Okay, I am removing this part. Okay, I am holding it. Copy. So please loosen it on your side. Okay. Do you have some sort of interference? A little bit, but now it's okay. So I got it. You holding? Yes, I'm holding. Excellent. Yeah, you can feel the sun's warmth on the globes.
Над Бразилией же пролетаем. Здесь лето, вот и солнце жаркое.
Flying over Brazil. It is summer there now. That's why the sun is so hot. Actually, you are already approaching Africa. Well, it's even hotter in Africa.
Так. Давайте сейчас чуть-чуть. Ага, вот так делаем.
Adjust it a little bit. Yes, like that. So it's pulled out of the panel. Now I have to reattach it. Okay, I've got the long one, so let me loosen my end a little. Well, one of my tethers needs to be reattached. Okay, I got it. Okay, we are at the second pin. I am near the adapter. I'm thinking, how can I get around it? Whether I should go over? How about through? Okay, I have cleared it. Check the bundle. Yes, I released the end.
Через 4 минуты наступит тень.
Dima Sergey, eclipse in 4 minutes. Copy.
Так. Дальше спускаемся или не спускаемся? Ну все,
So, are we going under, or are we already in place at the site?
Конечно.
Well, do you see the pins? Yes, we do. In this case, position yourselves nearby. Do you need a little break? Yes, let me reattach here. Or, gentlemen, maybe we can perform the installation on the pins and then take a break. Perhaps. Okay, so are you translating? Yes. Attach the hook. Okay, I am near the pins. Copy. Okay, let's start rotating it. Okay, number 2 is on my side, and pin number 2 is also on my side. Okay, hold on. I have engagement. And now let's install the nuts. Right. Let's engage the pins, install the nuts, and then you can take a break. Yes, we do need a break.
It's up to you. You can install the nuts to secure the SKKO, or you can do the final installation and then not worry about the interim securement in place while you're resting. But up to you. All right, so it's been installed, it's in place. And the retainer is in which position right now? I think it's armed. We didn't touch it. Didn't touch it. All right. Did you put it in place, Dima? No, negative. I think we need to take turns, maybe first you, then me, or vice versa. I think it's working on my side. It's moving. All right. It's working? I don't want it to float up.
Yes.
I've got it. Excellent. The second nut is in place, installed, and hooks have been driven. So did you put the nut to the full stop? Yes, manually to the full stop. All right, then take a break. Rest a bit. Sounds good. Well, this is not an interesting break. We can't see anything. Well, what can we do?
полностью не надо, да, Артем?
So Artyom, we shouldn't do it fully. Yes, do half a turn back. We copy. Sergey, but just take a break, guys. Let's take a break now, catch our breath, and just rest. Inaudible, speaking simultaneously. What did you say? Could you please repeat? I couldn't copy. We didn't say anything. We were quiet. I think it's Raticom. Okay, guys, let's take a rest, take a break. If you get cold, then adjust the temperature. Unless you're fully rested, ready to go. So therefore, let's just rest right now. It's 3:53, so let's rest till at least 400. Will do.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have hit the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The International Space Station currently flying 260 miles just south of Moscow, about to begin a trajectory from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. The two Roscosmos cosmonauts emerged from the Poisk airlock this morning after opening the hatch to the airlock at 8:39 a.m. Central Time, 9:39 a.m. Eastern Time, emerging outside to begin work in the series of a quartet of spacewalks to move hardware from the Rassvet module on the International Space Station to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Today's activities focused on the preparation for the movement of a radiator on Rassvet that was launched along with an airlock 12 years ago on the STS-132 space shuttle mission of the shuttle Atlantis, delivering Rassvet and its associated hardware to the international outpost. The two cosmonauts installed an adapter on the airlock's grapple fixture. That grapple fixture will be grabbed by the European robotic arm under the direction of Anna Kikina from a control panel inside the station during the third in the series of spacewalks on December 6th. The two cosmonauts opened up valves to vent nitrogen out of hydraulic loops in the radiator that is attached to Rassvet and removed 6 launch restraints. They also installed a retainer on one of the two Strela telescoping booms that are used to move people and hardware around the Russian segment of the station, and are in the process, as they take a quick break in their activities, to complete the activities for the day with the installation of a device called a Large Object Attachment System on Naoka. Will be affixed. The next spacewalk by Prokopiev and Petelin is planned for November 25th. That's when the radiator will be moved from Rassvet to Naoka. December 6th, we'll see the airlock moved from Rassvet to Naoka. And then on December 21st, the subsequent spacewalk, which is called Russian Spacewalk 58, will see the two cosmonauts continue work on preparing the airlock and the radiator for their eventual operations. Basically, the radiator will be deployed on the final spacewalk in this series on December 21st, once it's relocated, and other associated preparatory tasks on Naoka will be conducted. Meanwhile, while the two cosmonauts are taking a break in the action, down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room is the white flight control room that you see there. On console is the team of Artemis flight controllers as they watch over the activities associated with the Orion spacecraft that launched from the Kennedy Space Center and Launch Pad 39B early yesterday morning, with its first test flight, unpiloted test flight that will take it around the moon and out to a distant retrograde orbit to in a shakedown mission, basically, that will test all of Orion's systems in preparation for the launching of the Artemis II mission in a couple of years that will have a crew on board. Orion is planned to travel a maximum distance from the Earth of about 268,000 miles, further away from the Earth than any human-rated spacecraft has ever traveled. The total miles from launch to splashdown for this spacecraft will be about 1.4 million statute miles, given the long loop, basically the high inclination trajectory orbit that Orion will take once it swings behind the moon and out to the distant retrograde orbit, as it is called, before it begins its journey back to Earth. Orion's closest approach to the moon at the outbound powered flyby, which will swing it behind the dark side of the moon and slingshot it out to distant retrograde. The closest approach to the moon will be about 80.7 statute miles, and its closest approach to the moon on the way back at the return powered flyby will be about 78.8 statute miles. At the moment, you can see in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, Orion is currently 148,104 miles from the Earth and just under 160,000 miles from the moon. Orion will cross the mythical point called the lunar sphere of influence on Sunday afternoon, and then Monday morning will conduct the outbound powered flyby burn, this critical burn that will take it behind the moon, and out toward its eventual goal at the distant retrograde orbit. All of those activities to be televised on NASA TV. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll have a mission status briefing on the progress of Orion's flight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, so be on the lookout for that. And on Monday morning, our coverage of the outbound powered flyby of Orion around the moon will take place beginning at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time.
Tether. Then undo the wire ties, which are holding on to 1 and 4. Shall we remove the general one? No, just the ones near pins 1 and 2. Or 1 and 4, rather. Number 1 and number 4. This is what you've started working on. That sounds good. We've got it. Will you have space in your crew log bag for the wire ties? Yes. Let's try to take them all with us. Sounds good. Will do. Okay, the tether, the regulated length is here, so it's on the crew lock bag. So 1 is actually attached to a small tether, the other is on a long one. We copy. Sounds good. So I have collected the wire ties. We copy. That's good. Okay. Now take these first and second sections of the panel. Okay, in between the first and the second one. Yes, as we say, should not be the big break between the first and the second one for toasting. That's right. So, and what shall I do with the remaining wire ties? Well, let's try to remove them also. I would love to collect them all and take them all with us. Sounds good. So during the next EVA, we will be ejecting stuff and we'll be securing things with the wire ties. Excellent. So we'll try to collect them then. Dmitry? Yes, and just place it back in the log bag. Yes, I've removed them all. So for number 1 and number 2. Okay, Dmitry. you need to translate to 4312, but prior to that 4311 handrail, and after that we'll do, and then Sergey, you will turn about 90 degrees to be in the position.
Так, 43:12.
All right, 4312.
На 4311, постоянный на 4312.
So the temporary should be attached to 4311 and the permanent one to 4312. Yes, that is correct. I confirm.
Сергей, теперь попробуй поднять на 90 градусов.
Sergey, don't forget to rotate the last three sections by 90 degrees. I'm doing it right now. We copy and we are observing it. We are monitoring. All right, turning it. And actually turned it, copy. Now, you need to remove the latch from the SKKO handrail. Inaudible. Just remove it now. Remove the panel. On my side, will you be able to do that? I think so. I'll make an effort. I will try. And then translate over it. Okay. I will try. Translate to the adapter side. So you'll just need to jump over a cube. Okay, I got it. I understand. And I will be holding it. Yes, you hold on to it. How did that happen? Just let's move it a little bit more, the hook. Just hold on to the adapter.
Так, ну я, наверное, тогда
No. Inaudible.
сейчас все
I think that should work. Will you be able to translate a bit further? I'm not sure, but I will try. Copy.
Так, все, я готов.
Now I'm ready on my side. Just hold on to it. And now you will be removing the remaining 2 panels. Sounds good.
Держу.
Just hold on. All right. I have collected. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to look at the edge so you can turn it. It will come out from this side. Well, and I see the marks on the panels as well. Yes, on the panels. Inaudible.
Итак,
All right.
раскладываем.
Да, давайте раскладывать.
Should we start extending it? Yes. Go ahead. Move slowly. Do not rush. Sergey, make sure that your equipment tether is not at its extension limit. Sure.
Есть.
Got it.
Так, да, как, держишь? Да, я держу, да.
Do you have control of it? Yes, I do. Okay, so I'm going to tether this one.
Что стало на шпильке?
It is set on the pins, number 3 and number 4. We will proceed with installing the nuts. We're going to have to do this all the same steps here. We'll do it manually, half a turn backwards. All right, we'll give it a try. All right, it is engaged. Sunrise coming up in a few minutes. Copy. Half a turn backwards. That's done. All right, so let me try it on my side.
Так, до упора и чуть-чуть назад. Есть.
So I'll move all the way to the hard stop and then slightly backwards. Copy.
Установлены гайки.
The nuts are installed.
Да, нет. Или надо?
Inaudible.
Надо. А, хорошо.
Okay. So once you start working with the panels, disassemble the bundle, make sure that you tether everything. Make sure that you are always attached to 2 tether points. We'll start with panel number 2. And you'll have to install 4 bolts in a crisscross pattern. The bolts in section 3. And then you will install the 2 final bolts on the left.
Так. Фиксируем, да?
So we'll have to secure it first.
Я могу использовать тот пал, который...
Well, actually, I can use the tether that I just released. Yes, go ahead and use that tether. And also, you can keep your short tether attached to tether point 2.
Так, еще раз, с какой панели мы начинаем?
So again, what panel is first? Adapter panel number 2. My apologies, my bad. In fact, it's panel number 1. Okay, should it be at the top or in the middle? Number 2 is in the middle. Okay, so what we need is panel 1. Affirmative, panel 1.
Так, номер 1 зафиксировал.
Number 1 is secured, copy.
Можно снять держатель.
What about the other 2? Did you secure it on the second tether point? Well, it's on me. Yes, it will be tethered.
Так, это я снимаю, значит, да?
Okay, so I'm going to release this one.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 4.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. After preparing a radiator on the Rosviet module for its eventual relocation from Rosviet to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory module that will take place on the next Russian spacewalk, scheduled for November 25th, the 2 cosmonauts are completing the installation of a device called the Large Object Attachment System on Naoka, to which an airlock that was launched on the Rosviet module 12 years ago, along with the radiator. That airlock will be robotically relocated on another Russian spacewalk that the 2 cosmonauts will conduct on December 6th. Basically an attachment system. They installed the system on a series of pins, basically attachment points on Naoka. Now they're installing adapter panels to wrap up what is expected to be the final task of today's spacewalk.
That's the second tether point, attachment point. You got it, right?
Так, первая панель свободна.
Panel 1 is released. Copy. I guess we would need to drop a rat, at least to tether it. Yes, we can rat it. All right, it is now secured. Now we'll just have to look for the installation point. Yes, you will see that there are two triangles there on the MRM side to your left. Copy, two triangles. Do you see the two triangles? They should be on your side. You're holding it here? Holding it with your hand? Yes, I'm holding it. I think I need to swap tethers. I think you can release the tether that's attached to the wind knob. Your hand should be sufficient to hold this. You ready? It's not going to get set. We'll need to remove this first. Do you want me to swap the tethers? Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm holding it. Okay. Got it. All right. It's getting set now. Did you set it on the pins? Yes, I got it. Oh, just like this. Yes, I guess we're going to have to align the triangles. And what about the other side? Is it in the way on your side? I can't reach the pin here. No, not like that. Move diagonally. No. No. First, you have to set it on the pin and then align the second one while still holding it. And then one of you will proceed with starting the bolt. All right, so let me hold it here first. We're going to release the tether from here. Okay, it is now set, secured. I'm going to release equipment tether from here. Move back. Dima, do you see that there is a pin here? Guys, we've just had a quick LOS. And we weren't getting the video. Copy. Okay, I see it now. Go ahead. Okay, got it. Okay, now it is set. You can start the bolt now.
Первые 4 нажимаем, да?
Okay, do we have to pre-install the first 4? Yes, correct. And keep in mind that you are going in a crisscross parking.
Пока только нажми.
Okay, so we have started 2 of the bolts. And then the other 2 that are farthest from here, we haven't started those. Yes, first use the wrench to install the bolts. And so you're going to install the first 4 bolts using the wrench first, and then the other 2. Okay, I will be on this side, and you're going to be on your side. Sounds good.
Так, я вытянул. Сейчас, подожди.
So I'm pulling on it. Stand by. Wait. We're still not getting the video. Moscow is inaudible. Yes, that's affirmative. Copy?
4 болта мы закрутили.
Well, 2 bolts have been installed. Copy. 4 bolts, correction. So now we'll just have to install the 2 remaining bolts. That's correct, the 2 remaining bolts. You can start it. Well, inaudible. It's a captive bolt, correct? Okay, number 1 is done. All right, it's tightened. Bolt number 5 is done. You can remove the equipment tether from the panel, and please tether it on one of the 2 panels that are remaining in the bundle. Copy. Okay, bolt number 6 is secured. Is installed. Copy. It is installed. So panel 1 is done now. Now you're going to have to set up what's remaining in the bundle, and you will have to install the receiving panel first. Inaudible. I see that it is tethered on my side. Should we install it first? Pre-install it and then remove the other one from the top? What do you mean? You won't be able to even start the bolt with it. Okay. I guess we're going to have to secure the one on the top. Which one are we installing now? Number 2? No, you will install the receiving panel first. Then you're going to have to tighten the nuts on pins 1 and 2, remove the equipment tethers, and then you will start translating towards the panel 2. Copy. All right, it is tethered. You mean the top panel? Yes. the lower panel should also be tethered on 2 tether points. Yes. The top one should be tethered to the 2 points. Let me release the red first. And I'm going to drop it in the panel. Okay, got it? Now you can remove the wire tie. Copy. So you have taken the panels out from one of the bundles. That's now done. Okay, we're getting the video now. Please repeat your last. I'm saying that we are getting the video from your helmet cam. So we're watching you install the panels. So you are getting the video now. All right. Yes, we are. So you can see Earth, I guess. Did you clear it? Yes, I did. I can stow it in the acrylic bag as well. Yes, there is some room there.
Okay, K2 is ready. Copy, thank you.
панель сюда, получается.
Inaudible.
Получится у тебя? Меня тянет.
See if you can make it. I'm getting pulled away. Hold on, let me get a hold. Okay, I got it engaged. Okay, the receiving panel is done.
Теперь ключом затягиваем и два последних.
Okay, now torque it with the wrench and move on to the two last ones.
Да, принято.
Okay, copy. Moscow station on space to ground 2. Do I have a go to start with stage 1? stage 2. Yes, you are go for stage 2 of the activation with the updates. You do not have to manipulate the SRVK, and you do not have to do the 30-minute wait. Anna, how copy? Moscow station, space to ground 2. Do I have a go to start with stage 2? Anya, can you move to space to ground 1? We're doing an EVA here. Anna, how do you copy on space to ground 1? Anna, Moscow, space to ground 1. Okay, hold on, let me fix that knot. Okay, how about we take a break after we finish working with this knot? Let's do it after we finish with the panel. Okay, sounds good. Station, Moscow, space to ground 1 for Anna. It looks like we are not going to need the hammer. Yes, looks like we're lucky and hammer will not be needed. Well, I was all excited about hammering away in space. Well, you know, next week, next EVA, we will be removing the plug and demating the old radiator. So we're going to take all tools available with us, so you may get your chance. What is the status of the panels? Are they installed? We're tightening the screws. Okay, so this is the first 4, right? Affirmative. Copy.
Ребят, сейчас надо Антону, в общем, Саня надо поговорить.
Guys,
Через наш канал.
Anton will need to call Anna on our loop in a couple of minutes. Just a heads up. Okay, we copy.
Аня, ответь Супу Москвы в канале СГ2.
Anna, Moscow on Space to Ground 2. Go ahead.
Не получается с тобой связаться в СГ1.
We were unable
На третьем пульте абонента зажать линию 1.
to call you on Space to Ground 1. Try to press line 1 on COM panel 3.
Время ВКД 5.
Moscow station on Space to Ground 1. EVA phase elapsed time is 5 hours sharp. Well, I estimate we have about 1 hour of activities left. I understand, maybe even a little more. Anna, do you copy on Space to Ground 1? Moscow station on Space to Ground 1. Go ahead on Space to Ground 1. How do you copy me? I feel loud and clear. Anya, you are go for part 2 of the activation, except KL3 stays open and no 30-minute wait on SRVK shutdown. KL stays open, cancel 30-minute wait. Good copy. And please start time your work for the part 2 of the activation. We will need this data for planning of further EVAs. Will do. And when you're ready to start working the hatches, give us a call. We will start hatch operations. Will do. Thank you. I think the tape is snagged and is difficult to remove.
Принято.
Panel is installed. Copy.
Отдохнем, ребят, пару минут.
Okay, let's take a break, a couple of minutes. Sounds good.
Заниматься пока, пофотографировать.
You can take a few photographs.
И первую плоскосистему было бы хорошо.
And the PKM, the initial part.
Понял. Ну ладно, тогда
it will be kind of difficult to do all that in our break. Okay, then just rest. Don't do anything for a couple of minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 8 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin are in the home stretch of their activities for the day today, the first in a series of 4 planned Russian spacewalks between now and December 21st to prepare and relocate two key components that are housed on the Rosviet module of the International Space Station, one being a radiator that will dissipate heat once it is transferred to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, the other being an airlock that will serve as a second embarkation point for Russian spacewalkers in the future. The current airlock, including the one used today by Prokopyev and Petelin, is the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. The airlock that will be installed on Naoka will give the Russians 2 such airlocks from which to conduct spacewalk activity. Naoka also will serve a double purpose as a research laboratory in the future. You're looking at Naoka as we speak. The 2 cosmonauts installed an adapter on the Strela boom it's called a Strela adapter that was installed on the flight releasable grapple fixture of the airlock that resides at the moment on Rosviet. They opened up a series of valves to vent nitrogen from radiator hydraulic loops on the radiator that will be robotically relocated during the next Russian spacewalk on November 25th. Anna Kikina from inside the Russian segment of the station will be operating the European robotic arm from a workstation. They also removed 6 launch restraints holding the radiator in place on Rosviet, installed a retainer device on one of the 2 Strela booms, the telescoping booms used by the cosmonauts to move back and forth along work sites on the Russian segment, and they're wrapping up work to install a device called a Large Object Attachment System on Naoka. This is the device upon which the airlock will be mounted once it is robotically relocated from Rosviet to Naoka on the 3rd in the series of spacewalks on December the 6th. The 4th in the series of spacewalks on December 21st will see the radiator deployed on Naoka and other preparatory activity outfitting Naoka for future operations. The International Space Station, in this outstanding view from one of the helmet cameras that the cosmonauts are wearing, is currently flying 260 miles over the northern coast of South America, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Are we going to need cameras later, or can we put them away? For now, you can turn them off, but we will turn them on again after SKKO is installed. Okay, copy.
меня еще даже дополнительный аккумулятор не сел.
I still have charge in my backup battery.
Еще даже дополнительный аккумулятор не сел.
Ну,
Say again.
оставим включенными, если вы хотите.
I still have charge in my backup battery.
Хорошо, тогда оставь выключенные.
Then you can leave them on. I already turned it off.
До самого упора работать.
Okay, leave them off, and we will turn them on again after SKKO installation. Okay, copy. Did you take pictures of the service module? Yes, I did.
По готовности тогда давайте будем продолжать работу.
Okay, when you're ready,
На шпильках 1 и 2.
let's pick up with our activities. Start working with the pins and then configure tethers. Okay, my camera is off. Okay, copy.
Так, гайки.
Гайки, да, заворачиваем.
Okay, so we remove, we install the nuts with the wrench. Affirmative. Use the wrench and then lock the nut.
Как обычно, на полоборота после.
Copy.
Не прям сильно-сильно.
Do this as we always do, half a turn with the wrench. Don't put too much force. Okay.
Тогда он тут практически от руки и еще чуть-чуть дотянуть, так сказать.
I'm able to almost complete the nut with my hand. Only a little torquing left to do. So now I am done with this one, and the number is...
Маркировка совпала.
Make sure your marks are aligned.
Белые полосы.
Say again, what about those markings?
Она видна стала.
The white strip should be visible and aligned. Yes, I see the white strip on the cup. Copy.
Ключом зафиксировал тоже, да.
Okay, I have completed locking the nut with the wrench.
Фиксатор установил.
Okay, retainer is installed. Marks are aligned. Copy.
Переходим в шпиль.
Talking at the same time.
Фалы забираем на себя, на короткий фал свой вешаем.
So take it and attach it to the short tether, or if it is easier for Sergey to attach it to the crew log back, you can do that too. Okay, I'm going to take it from my side.
Образом потихонечку переходим к месту установки панели номер 2.
And then we start moving towards the panel 2 installation site. Copy.
Equipment tether has been secured. So secured to a changeable, to adjustable tether, the wrap. All right, I have attached the other end. I don't think we'll need it anymore, so I'll just jump here. I think we need to move it around about, 180 degrees. All right. So I'm going to pull it by the triangle. Yes, I can see it. Now we'll need to remove the equipment tether, because I don't think we'll be able to do it easily later, prior to the install. Okay, I will hold it and then you remove it. So shall we attach it temporarily just to hold it in place? Let's do it here. You need to move it further? Further, just like that.
Вот так вот. Ага.
Sounds good.
Зафиксирован.
So now we have secured it in place, and I did it on my side also. I forgot to tell you, in about half a minute we'll have an eclipse. Yes, we can see it. It's coming. We copy. Thanks. It has arrived, the eclipse.
С какой стороны начнем?
Which side shall we start?
Ты имеешь в виду, что крест-накрест? Да.
To do it crisscross?
Справа.
Let's do it. You do it from the right, and I will do it from the right also. Sounds good? I have tightened it on my side. Okay, done on one side. Copy. Just a little bit more. Just one more. Are you singing the song? That's the one I remembered also. The last battle is the most difficult one. Is it working? Copy. And we are monitoring the installation on your end. Yes, I should be finishing up on my end. Copy. We have 2 more nuts left, after the installation of which I propose you guys take a rest.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 5.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Expedition 68 Commander Sergei Prokopiev and Flight Engineer Dmitry Petelin, as they have worked on the timeline to prepare hardware on the Rosviet module that was launched 12 years ago on the STS-132 mission of Atlantis to the space station, preparing that hardware in specific terms, a radiator that will dissipate heat and an airlock, both of which will be relocated and attached to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on upcoming spacewalks by these 2 cosmonauts. Today, Prokopiev and Petelin installed an adapter on a airlock grapple fixture on Rosviet. This is the airlock, again, that will be robotically relocated through the use of the European robotic arm during the 3rd in the series of spacewalks they will conduct on December 6th. They opened up valves to vent nitrogen out of radiator hydraulic loops. They removed 6 radiator launch restraints, installed a retainer on one of the 2 Strela telescoping booms, and installed what is called a large object attachment system on Naoka, to which the airlock itself will be affixed during the 3rd spacewalk in the series on December 6th. They're currently wrapping up work, just closing out some of the hardware associated with that large object attachment system.
You can turn on.
The Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow have advised the 2 cosmonauts to take a few minutes of rest before they begin what is expected to be their final cleanup activities on this spacewalk, which again at the moment is 5 hours 33 minutes in duration. While the 2 cosmonauts continue work outside of the space station, down the hall here in Mission Control in the white flight control room, the Artemis flight control team is on duty as they watch over the progress of the Orion spacecraft heading toward the moon and an encounter with the moon for what is called the outbound powered flyby of the lunar surface and a slingshot effect out to distant retrograde orbit that is scheduled for Monday morning. Launched early yesterday from the Kennedy Space Center's Launch Pad 39B on the Space Launch System, Orion is in great shape as it heads outbound, now some 151,000 miles from Earth, almost 157,000 miles to the moon, almost halfway between here and the moon. They will pass what is called, the spacecraft will pass what is called the lunar sphere of influence. It's sort of a mythical line in the sand in which the lunar environment begins to take hold and basically pull in the Orion spacecraft towards its destination for the outbound powered flyby. The lunar sphere of influence will be achieved on Sunday afternoon, with the actual outbound powered flyby planned for Monday morning. We'll be providing live coverage of that outbound powered flyby on Monday morning. Coverage to begin on Monday, November 21st at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We do plan a status briefing on the progress of Orion's mission from the Johnson Space Center at 5 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow afternoon.
Inaudible.
Перерыв связи небольшой.
So we had a drop in comm.
Минимум 5-7 минут. И дальше.
So I have a proposal that we rest as a minimum for the next 5 to 7 minutes, and then as soon as you're ready, after that, we'll be translating back to the EV hatch. We copy, we'll do. We copy.
Формирование МЛМ на этом закончено.
Okay, well, I guess we have finished the MLM outfitting. No, we will be installing the Sheka radiator. Well, yes, of course. Before, prior to that, for our plans previous, we were to finish the outfitting of the MLM with the SKKO panels, and that would coincide with spacewalk number 60, but then we have reshuffled the EVA tasks, so now this is not the end yet. Oh yes, we understand. We copy. Yes, but what you have done today is a great milestone It was a very technical task. So many nuts and bolts had to be installed and tightened, and then, of course, I told you to bring all the wire ties, so you had to remove them first. Well, the most important is that we were able to deploy the system frame, and everything got installed. Yes, and now you have more space inside the station because you removed this big item out. Yes, it was a big machine, no joke. And we have collected all the tethers from the SKKO. Is that correct? So after you finish resting, then we can just translate back. That is correct. And let's verify we don't have any wire ties left anywhere. It doesn't seem so. Come again. We did not copy what you said, and we have collected all the equipment tethers. No wire ties. We're just verifying. So we've collected, it seems like, all the wire ties as well as all the equipment tethers. So we're in good shape. That sounds great. Thank you. Just wiggle it a bit. Yes, it should sit at the base well. It did. But now, after you've installed and tightened the nuts on SKKO, then now these safety tethers can be used. So you can secure things to them, you can hold on to them. So they're the primary, actually, translation path. And actually, before you translate back inside your home, you can try out one each, just to make sure you christen them before we go back. Sounds good. All right, and I'm removing it on this end, on this side. And I can see it. It's pretty tight. Now we will try them out. All right, I have attached to 4368 copy. I'm trying it out. They seem to be kind of more reliable in a way. Is that what you feel? Pretty good. It's a little easier. All right, let's try it this way. We don't see it. No. Well, they should be waiting for us inside. Yes, we confirm. Oleg is waiting for you inside the station, and in a minute or two, when you guys are ready, you can start translating back to the EV hatch. We copy. Shall we go? Yes. So we are heading back.
Хорошо, принято.
We copy all, guys.
Гайки вроде торчат достаточно высоко.
I think the
Заметил.
nuts are
Ну, конечно,
sticking out
перед собой
pretty
переход.
high. Yes, and I was afraid that
Принято. Постараемся как-то учесть это в
the
будущем.
back maybe will be beating against them as we're translating back. We copy, guys, your comments, and we'll try to take that into account for the future.
Хотя бы какой-то FT найдете.
Maybe put some kind of an MLI on top of them or something.
Так, мне бы не пропустить.
I don't want to
43-40.
miss the handrail, which is 4330.
Для перехода обратно.
What kind of handrail is that? That's the handrail to go back.
Там дальше тоже можно перейти.
That's a transfer handrail. Yes, and you can use another one also.
Вкладкой вдвоем. Там неудобно было бы идти.
It's just when you're translating both of you
То можно и так.
with the bundle, then it's not very convenient. But once you don't have the bundle and you go one by one, then you can translate
Нет, лучше я пойду
and
проверю.
transfer in an alternate location. That should not be a problem. No, I want to go with the trusted and tested path, and that's the handrail I'm trying to find.
На самом деле отличный поручень,
We have an excellent handrail
и
that was recently installed.
Ну, я так смотрел, мне показалось, что там можно пройти.
Yes, I think we can translate pretty easily over there. Yes, you can.
поручень, который
We have a handrail
Пети Дуброва, который он поставил.
which Dubrov installed.
Там это у нас было просто... Это
Which one?
действительно именной поручень, потому
Oh, so it's named after someone. Yes.
ну, большие сложности были с этим поручнем.
We had quite a few challenges
Много усилий
with that particular handrail. It required a lot of effort to be installed, and then we finally succeeded in installing it. So yes, it's a memorable handrail. That is,
Именовали этот поручень.
we renamed that particular handrail after a particular cosmonaut.
Смотрит нас и улыбается.
All right, what do we see?
Спасибо тебе.
Thank you for your help.
Добрым словом поговорим.
Yes, it's always a kind word. Is always a pleasure to receive, and I appreciate it.
Да, даже как-то быстрее получается.
Yes, I think it would have been faster to change that particular handrail out. Inaudible.
Очень не хотим домой.
So we really want to go home. Translating efficiently.
За какой слог?
Which handrail are you hooking to?
45.
Is it 4005?
Того, да?
Yes, I can see it.
Странный.
Inaudible. Yes, we do have such a handrail, and it can be used for translation. Yeah, we had some complications in the past translating that way. I see there is a transfer like this. I understand. I can see it. I can't even hook to it. Well, thank you for your help here. I'll hook to it. And then we'll unhook from this one and hook to the next one. We copy. This is a more narrow space. And there should be some cables in place there also.
All right. So the translation ring is in its location. So no one has driven it anywhere. Not yet. I am tethered at the translation ring. Sunrise is coming up in 5 minutes. Also, is it that way? I'll hand it over to you. Okay, I see that. Okay, there it goes. Copy. Is it released? No, I haven't released it. Well, I don't think that we're going to travel that far in this configuration. All right, now we can start. Also, watch out for the target. That's going to be on your side. It's coming up on your side. Okay, copy. Stand by one, please. What's going on? I guess I got snagged somewhere, somehow. All right. So we've reached the parking spot. Let's tether it. Do you need to tether? Yes, I'm trying to reach that farther spot. So let me release it, and you're going to pull on it. Stand by. Wait. And we're at sunrise. Copy. Did I just drop it to the one that's farthest from here? So translation ring is tethered. Okay, what's next? Let's move down. Okay, well, there it is. We're here already. Okay. Do you see the light in the porch? Well, that's our house waiting for us. Once you move towards the EV hatch, please do a body check. Copy.
Так, совместился второй выходной летом.
EV2 is at the EV hatch. All right, we are looking at each other. We're positioned in front of each other. Please check out your spacesuits, lower torso, arms, cameras, and anything else for contamination. And if you see a significant contamination, please use towels and wipe the suit. Okay, did you say cameras? They look clean. Yes, please inspect everything. Should we turn off the cameras? No, you're going to turn them off later. They're still on. Your OTA cameras should not be turned off at all. And you're going to turn off your helmet cameras once you're inside and once you remove the protective ring. Copy? So, is it nominal? Does it look good? Well, I see there is some contamination here, so I'm going to wipe it. Do we need to secure the towels in any additional manner? I'm going to read it. Sergey, go ahead. So you were saying that you were going to use the towels to wipe your suit. Yes. I see that there is some contamination in the area where the camera is installed on the visor. So we have the following recommendation for you. Use this towel to wipe it all, and please do not jettison it. You're going to have to secure it near the hatchway, hatch edge, and we'll jettison it sometime later on. Okay, copy that. Okay, so let me move closer. Please turn my way. Well, so I guess that's it. Inaudible. Yes, and let me inspect you sit from the other side. It looks clean on the back. Copy. Turn around. Sergey, what about your line? Please turn around. Okay, let me turn around. Okay. It is all clean on the back side of this. It's all good. And the helmet is also clean. Let me inspect the elbows. No, they're not smudged. It's all clean. So there are 2 towels hanging there already, and we're going to add one more. Yes, we're going to secure one more towel in that area, and then maybe we'll do the jettison during TVA 57, when we'll have to jettison a lot of equipment that will be removed. Okay. Got it. Copy. So let's do the OTA's inventory now. Copy. Please repeat your last. Do we do the audit ourselves? No, Sergey, you're going to tell me what you have. So let's start with you, Sergey. Sergey is an audit. Okay, I have those. It's camera, GoPro, NASA. You have that. Copy. USS camera is here. Okay. Got it. Copy. Ratchet range with the wind knob. I have it. Copy. Large, small rats.
Adjustable.
I have it. Adjustable. I have it. And what about ratchet range rat? Do you have it? I have it. Copy. And also, you were supposed to have 2 small rats. Yes, I have the 2 small rats here. Copy. Okay. Then your go to Ingress, and Dmitry will switch to you now. Copy. OTA, screen arm, tool caddy, trash bag. Do you have all those items? OTA, screen arm, trash bag, tool caddy. I've got those. Copy. And I see that you have a glister. And what about the ratchet wrench with the wind knob? I have those. And what about the EVA cutter and tool caddy? Have that. The cap keeper is in the crew log bag, and you have the crew log bag. Yes, that's affirmative. So next is blister reds and one red that's not used, that's not engaged. Yes, I do have the blister reds, and I also have one large and one small red, and an adjustable. Oh yeah, I have the cap keeper tether to the adjustable tether. Correct. All right, so wait for Sergey to ingress, and then you will ingress as well. Copy. This is Sergey. I'm starting to ingress the airlock. And also, if you'd like, you can do some filming and photography.
Так, у меня мигает светодиод O2.
Oxygen LED is blinking. 225.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 11 minutes into today's spacewalk by Expedition 68 Commander Sergei Prokopiev and Flight Engineer Dmitry Petelin. You're looking into the Poisk airlock, into the hatchway, through one of the two cosmonauts' helmet cameras, as the two spacewalkers today have wrapped up all of their activities. They're conducting an inventory of their tools, tethers, and other equipment they used in the conduct of the spacewalk, which was essentially designed to prepare a heat-dissipating radiator that has been stowed on the outside of the Rassvet module for its robotic transfer and installation to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory module on the next spacewalk the two will embark on, which will be November 25th.
I am ingressing the airlock. Stand by. Is the tether here?
Есть. Так, внутри.
Okay, I am inside the airlock. So with that, here is what you're going to do. Remove the protective ring, turn off your helmet cameras, and start sublimator drying. Copy. And I will start removing the protective ring now. Okay, here is the upper latch, lower latch, protective ring has been removed. Copy.
Кольцо убрано под люк.
Protective ring is removed and stowed near the hatch.
Зацепилось. Шнурок, смотри.
It got stuck. It got stuck. Do you see the lanyard here?
Мне кажется, в таком положении еще попадает красок люка в кольцо.
Screen is not going to fit in the hatchway in this configuration. Yes.
Так он взял.
We're going to do it like this.
Расфиксирую.
Okay, so let me release it. Okay. Please do not touch the hatch just yet.
Да, сейчас мы выключаем нашлемные камеры.
Please turn off your helmet cameras now. Start sublimator drying. Then you'll wait for sublimator drying, and while you're waiting, you have to inspect the hatch shaft surfaces.
Выключил? Да.
Camera is off.
И второй тоже выключил.
EV
У тебя не горит зеленый.
1 and EV2 cameras are off.
Так, камера выключена.
The LEDs are not illuminated. No, they're not illuminated, so cameras are off. Okay, copy. So your next step is turning on the sublimators.
Если вы хотите, пусть работает.
Выключаю сублиматор. Хорошо.
Okay, so I will turn off the sublimator.
А СТР пока не трогаем, да?
What about the STR?
Сейчас уточним.
Так, сушка ТО загорелась.
Stand by, we'll check. Sublimator drying indicator is on.
Так, есть сушка ТО на втором.
This is EV2. Drying is in progress. Copy.
Сейчас можно осмотреть привалочные поверхности люка.
You can inspect the hatch surface now near the drive shaft,
Фалов с подтягом.
and then you can release the adjustable rats on the hatch. Copy.
Оператор 1, оператор 2, люки в ПХО закрыты.
EV1 and EV2, this is Anna. PHO hatches are closed. Copy, thanks, Anna.
По поводу СТР надо отключить и
So,
поставить ручку в третье положение.
for the STR, here's our recommendation. Please turn it off and put the handle position 3. Copy. Turning it off now.
Первый тоже отключил СТР.
Thermal control system STR is off for EV1.
В третьем положении.
And the handle is in position 3. Copy. We have inspected the surface near the drive shaft. No issues to report. Copy. Please release your adjustable tethers, but the hatch stays fully open for now. Please stand by for sublimated drying to be completed. Copy.
Ослабил. Стал с подтягом.
Okay, I added slack on the retractable Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. 6 hours, 21 minutes. The clock continuing to tick on today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. They are inside the Poisk airlock, have not yet closed the hatch. The EVA officially ends at hatch closure for a Russian spacewalk, so we'll be standing by for official confirmation on the end time for today's activities. The two cosmonauts worked very efficiently, completing all of the work on the timeline for the day. The installation of an adapter on an airlock grapple fixture for the airlock that is attached currently on the Rosviet module of the International Space Station, and which will be robotically relocated to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module during the third spacewalk in the series by these two cosmonauts on December 6th. They opened up valves to vent nitrogen out of radiator hydraulic loops on the radiator on Rosviet that will also be robotically relocated. In this case, the radiator gets relocated on the next spacewalk by this spacewalking duo on November 25th. They removed 6 radiator launch restraints, installed a retainer device on one of the 2 Strela telescoping booms, and finally installed a large object attachment system on Naoka. The attachment system is the device upon which the airlock will be mounted and bolted into place on Naoka.
Copy, 5 minutes on heat exchanger drying.
The radiator and the airlock were launched on the Rosviet module in May of 2010 on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis. Rosviet has served as a docking port for visiting Russian vehicles since then, and will be devoid of its 2 attached components, the radiator and the airlock, in the forthcoming spacewalks to be conducted by Prokopyev and Petelin. The radiator on the next spacewalk on November 25th and the airlock on the subsequent spacewalk on December 6th. Those 2 components will be robotically relocated through the use of the European robotic arm that will be operated by flight engineer Anna Kikina from a workstation inside the International Space Station. The 4th in the series of spacewalks on December 21st will find the 2 cosmonauts monitoring the deployment of the radiator on Naoka that will be robotically relocated and mated in place on the multipurpose laboratory module on the next spacewalk.
Heat exchanger drying is nominal for EV1. Copy. Same for EV2. 8 minutes 45 seconds. Copy. Now let's start closing the hatch. Tether hook is removed from panel 201, so we are going to close the hatch cover and start operating the hatch tool. Copy. Okay, I am shutting the hatch cover. Copy. The hatch has been released. Copy. Hatch cover is closed. I am rotating the tool towards the closed position. I see the rollers engaged and moving.
Зацепление. Есть срабатывание. Люк закрыт.
Принято.
The hatch is closed. The mechanism is locked.
С люка тоже. И что, я хочу вас поздравить, ребят. 6 часов 25 минут.
Copy that, guys. So, congratulations. 6 hours, 25 minutes, EVA time. Dmitry, congratulations on your first EVA. Sergey, your third. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations to you as well. All right, guys. Good luck on your repress. We will talk again tomorrow during the review, and I'm handing over the floor to Dmitry. Thank you, and hope you have a good night. It is night in Moscow.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch now closed on the Poisk module, marking an end to today's spacewalk at 6 hours 25 minutes. The hatch closing at 3:07 p.m. Central Time, 4:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the spacewalk by Prokopiev and Patelin now at an end at 6 hours and 25 minutes. We will have full statistics for you in just a moment.
Hello, hello. Yes, hello, guys. Great job. You did very well. In order to move forward, we need to prepare cue card 9, step 4.16. Repress after the EVA. Anna will be assisting on the station side. Okay, I'm getting the cue cards ready. That's fine. Please position yourselves as we discussed earlier and prep cue card 10. We will start with step 4. I have cue card 9 open. Talking at the same time. Okay, please perform step 4. Cue card 10. Copy, repress MRM2 to 260 millimeters from PHO. Affirmative. Station Moscow on space to ground 1. Anna, how do you copy on space to ground 1? Anna, we need you. Okay, so we verify KSD MRM2 DC is closed. Confirm. Closed. Station Moscow space to ground 1. And we did tell them that PHO hatch is closed. Yes, you did. Okay, guys, I confirm. Anna has closed the hatches, but we're waiting for her to respond on space to ground 1. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. The two cosmonauts back inside the Poisk airlock with the hatch closed, standing by for the start of the repressurization of the airlock.
There's a time limit, 8.
Here are some statistics for you on today's spacewalk. This was the 255th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 10th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year, and the second for Expedition 68. For Sergei Prokopyev, this was the third spacewalk of his career, now totaling 21 hours and 56 minutes of spacewalking time. For Dmitry Petelin, the first spacewalk for his career, 6 hours, 25 minutes. The Russians, flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center in Karyov, they altered slightly the start time of today's spacewalk, making it now a start time of 8:42 a.m. Central Time. But the end time at 3:07 p.m. Central Time made this a 6 hour, 25-minute spacewalk. 6 hours, 25 minutes. The 255 spacewalks in support of space station activities throughout the years have now totaled 1,616 hours and 13 minutes, which is the equivalent of 71 days, 7 hours, and 13 minutes of spacewalking time.
Station Moscow on space to ground 1 for Anna. Anna, how do you copy on space to ground 1? Station Moscow on space to ground 2 for Anna. How do you copy on space to ground 2? Loud and clear. Anna, are you in FGB and ready to support repress? Affirmative. All right. Let's start step 4. MRM2 repress to 260 from PHO. And Dima, you can perform the steps to start PHO repress. Copy, enable PEV MRM2CO, PHO SU, and open. LED PHO SU PEV is open. The LED is illuminated. We will see pressure rising in the compartment and suit pressure slowly dropping. Please report suit pressure at 30 to 40 millimeter increments. Suit pressure 40. EV2 suit pressure is 32. EV1 33. 60. Copy. EV2 028. Ditto EV1 80 pressure. Copy. Good words. Cartridge is limiting us. Pressure is 100. 004 for EV2. $120. 120.
Once again, standing by for the repressurization of the Poisk airlock. Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin back inside, the hatch closed, to complete a 6-hour, 25-minute spacewalk today, completing all of the objectives of the preparation of a radiator stowed on the Rosviet module for its relocation on November 25th in the next Russian spacewalk from Rosviet to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Давление 190.
190 pressure. Copy.
Двести.
200.
Избыточно 0,1.
Gauge pressure 01. Copy.
На 260 закрываем КВД по хойсу.
At 260 we will close the PEV. Pressure in compartment 230. As we reach 260, we will command the pressure equalization valve PHO to close from the EVA support panel, and then monitor via LEDs. Copy. 240. Copy.
$250.
250. Copy.
Давление подходит.
Pressure approaching
260 закрываем.
260, and we have 260 close the PEV.
ПВД ПХО закрыть выдаем.
Please command PHO SUPEV to close.
Запрет до погашения цепи кнопки.
Once indication confirms, inhibit the valve.
Еще раз.
Copy. Pressure 262.
Стабилизация.
Talking at the same time.
Утверждаю 262.
I confirm 262. Starting 5-minute timer.
Скажи, пожалуйста, давление в ПХО по моновакууметру.
Anna, please report the PHO pressure via monovacoumeter on KKT. 398.
298. Хорошо, тоже за
Copy 298. Start stabilization.
На следующий переходим.
And Dima Sergey,
Шагу 5, переход на бортовое питание.
move to the next few cards. Step 5, transition to station power. Copy, transition to station power.
Фрагмент 11, шаг 5 можем...
Q card 11, step 5. Yes, copy.
Так, переход на бортовое питание.
Okay, transition to station power.
Проверяем, что суммарно в баллонах больше 150.
Combined bottles over 150.
По шкале высокого давления.
Okay, let's first do BK1, see what happens.
Первым это вполне достаточно. Почти 300, 290.
I think we have enough. It's almost 300, 290. Okay, I agree.
ПСС-2 открыто в АКД.
All right, I'm
Перевел.
switching Orlan interface panel for the
Подстыковать.
station power.
Скафандру.
Attach
Все верно, да.
umbilical connector.
Если удобно, можете
Correct.
подружки, чтобы попроще было.
If it's easier for you, you can help each other when docking the umbilical connectors to your suits.
Тут кабель.
This cable is in the way.
Второго бортколодка подсоединена.
EV2 umbilical connector mated. Copy, good news.
Первого подстыкована бортколодка.
EV1 umbilical connector is mated. Copy.
И с вами включаем на пол МИН-2 режим ТОУ. Это охлаждение. И
Now, on the EVA support panel in MRM2, please activate suit cooling and inaudible.
Есть ТОУ, есть светодиод.
Хорошо.
I see LED illuminated.
С вами подстыковываем электрофан
Okay.
с скафандром.
Now, step
Аккуратненько.
5.2, connect electrical umbilicals to your suits. Again, you can assist each other. Okay, electrical umbilicals. Okay, 5 minutes have elapsed.
We are standing by for the repressurization of the Poisk airlock. At the completion of today's spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin that lasted 6 hours and 25 minutes.
2, 6, 1.
The two cosmonauts working outside the Russian segment of the station completed the preparation of equipment that is housed on the outside of the Rassvet module for its robotic relocation to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. Coming up in just 8 days on November 25th, the two cosmonauts will be back outside to monitor the movement of the radiator on Rassvet to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and its hookup.
Starting 5-minute timer.
That European robotic arm that will move the radiator from one module to the other will also be used on December 6th to move the airlock that was launched attached to Rassvet to the Nauka module. Those two components were launched on Rassvet, which made its ride to orbit and to the International Space Station on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010.
Are connected to electrical umbilicals. Inaudible. Activate power for EV1 and EV2. Copy. I understand that both of you are connected to electrical umbilicals. Affirmative. So we are inaudible. I am not copying without the transmitter. Okay. Transition to station power. Pump and fan off. Pump and fan for primary. Transmitter on. Copy.
Yes, we are attached to the station side. Sergei, we copy. Yes, EV2 is on the station power also. And in MRM2, at the COM panel, please depress transmit in work. Depressed. Transmit. Then do we switch transmit on our side? Well, turn on, press on the transmit. Yes, and you can deactivate the transmit on the suit side. We copy. And now we are waiting for the 5-minute countdown. Okay, standing by. Pressure. Steady. It's 260.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we stand by for the repressurization of the Poisk airlock with Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin inside now, their spacewalk having been concluded at 6 hours and 25 minutes. down the hall from the flight control room here in Houston, where the space station is operated, another team of flight controllers on duty in the Artemis flight control room, overseeing the journey of Orion on this maiden flight in the Artemis program, following its launch from the Kennedy Space Center's Launchpad 39B in the early morning hours on Wednesday. This is a graphical portrayal of where Orion is relative to the Earth, based on real-time telemetry, as Orion is about to reach the midway point between here and the Moon, 154,574 miles from the Earth, 155,844 miles, currently the distance to the Moon. On Sunday afternoon, Orion will reach the mythical line called the lunar sphere of influence, where the astronomical line of demarcation between the Earth and the Moon, where the Moon begins to take effect on pulling Orion towards its orbit. The actual outbound powered flyby of the Moon that will take Orion behind the Moon to the dark side of the Moon and slingshot it back around towards what is called the distant retrograde orbit, and ultimately the furthest point between the max distance, if you will, between the Earth and Orion. That outbound powered flyby is scheduled to take place on Monday morning, with the OPF burn, as it is called, scheduled at 6:44 and 14 seconds a.m. Central Time, 7:44 and 14 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. That will be a 2.5-minute burn of Orion's orbital maneuvering system engine to increase its velocity by some 900 plus feet per second and propel it behind the Moon and away from the Moon towards distant retrograde orbit. The maximum distance ultimately between Orion and the Earth will be more than 268,000 statute miles, some 28,000 miles past the Moon, before it begins its journey back toward Earth with another whip around of the Moon called the return powered flyby later in the mission. Splashdown is scheduled for December 11th off the coast of San Diego.
So 2
minutes have passed. So what is the current pressure inside the PHO, Anna? So increased by 1 millimeter. So now it's 311, 311. Copy. Dmitry, Let's work on Q card 13.7. So pressurization, and we'll wait for Anna for about 30 seconds. That will be 5 minutes coming to an end, and then, yes, we are ready. Anna, what's the current pressure for the manual pressure gauge in PHO? $314. So we had 311, now 314. So is it a significant increase? So the current one you said is 314, 314. Yes. But the change has sharply increased in the last minute. Prior to that, it was stable. Did you touch anything by any chance? No, I haven't. All right. Since the EV hatches leak-proof, so let's go to Q card 13, step 7. So let's all work for that Q card. So BSS hatch to press 042 inside the suit. So I have, I'm observing the increase in pressure.
Solid.
0.1. Copy. Zero 0.2. Okay, so once you're at 0.42, then switch open EVA 0.3. Copy. It's holding.
Sorry,
0.42. So 0.42, 42. And you have the open EVA. Yes, open EVA. Anna, let's work with you. So we need to make sure that the valve is in manual open position. We just want to make sure. Okay, KVD SOSM is in the position open. We just need to stabilize the pressure. Copy. Anna, do you have the pressure increase inside the PHO per manual pressure gauge? KVD SO is open. What about the manual pressure gauge reading? Do you see an increase? It shows 600. Inaudible. Could you please repeat a little bit louder? We couldn't copy what you've said.
Стабильно держалась 600, сейчас поднимается 604, растет.
It was 600, and it's increased by 4 millimeters. Okay, Dmitry, you have a go to work on MRM 2, increasing the pressure up to 690. Copy. So cover there, SM. Open, copy, Sergey, so put 40 millimeters, and the delta pressure in the suit should be growing, and that's what we're seeing. The pressure is 290, copy. 0.36.
Хорошо.
Sounds good.
Хорошо.
320.
Избыточный в скафандре 0,32.
The excessive pressure inside the suit is 0.32.
Давление 500 по 360.
Pressure is 360, 60. Copy.
Избыточная
Excessive 0.26.
давление 400.
Pressure is 400.
Хорошо.
Sounds good. Copy.
Хорошо.
Избыточное давление какое у нас сейчас?
What's the delta?
0,2.
Принято.
Pressure delta 0.2. Copy.
Давление 440. Давление 440.
440.
Принято.
Copy.
Избыточная 0,17.
Delta pressure is 0.17.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Poisk airlock on the International Space Station is underway. Everything proceeding normally with Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin back inside safely following a 6-hour, 25-minute spacewalk in which they conducted work to prepare a radiator housed on the outside of the Rosviet module for its robotic relocation to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory module during their next spacewalk that is coming up on November 25th. With that, a couple of programming notes before we close. With the Orion spacecraft well on its way to the moon, now almost at the halfway mark, just a few hundred miles away from the halfway mark between the Earth and the moon, we will have a mission status briefing on the Artemis 1 mission here at the Johnson Space Center on Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You'll want to tune in for that. And now our next spacewalk coverage out of the International Space Station will be Russian Spacewalk 56 by these same two Russian cosmonauts, Prokopyev and Petelin, to go back outside of the Poisk airlock next Friday, November 25th, the day after Thanksgiving, with our coverage beginning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. With that, we'll conclude our coverage for the day. Thank you for joining us. Prokopyev and Petelin inside the International Space Station after a 6-hour, 25-minute spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston.
everybody. Welcome back to NASA in Silicon Valley Live. I'm your host, Abby Tabor. And if this is your first time joining us, NASA in Silicon Valley Live is a conversational show out of NASA's Ames Research Center. And this is where we talk about all the nerdy NASA news you need to know about. So today I have with me my lovely co-host, Allison.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I am your co-host, Allison. If you didn't know, we are simultaneously live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Periscope. But if you want to participate in the chat and ask our guests questions, there's only one place you can do that, and that's at www.twitch.tv/NASA.
Yes, and I am sure you're going to want to ask questions because today we are dealing with one of life's biggest questions. Seriously, we're going to talk about, are we alone in the universe?
Yeah, this is such a great topic.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone will agree. And today we have some really amazing guests with us to talk about it.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Alfonso Davila. I'm an astrobiologist here at NASA Ames, and I search for life on other planets.
Excellent.
I'm Michael Furlong. I'm a roboticist here at Ames, and I build intelligent robots to explore other worlds.
How cool.
So, Abby, before we get into the show, how about we remind our audience about our cool clock right here?
Yes, exactly right. So this right here, this beautiful thing, is our moon countdown clock. That's because 5 years from now, in 2024, we are planning to send humans to the moon. That's part of our Artemis program. And this clock is counting down the days, hours, minutes, and seconds until we send the next man and the first woman to walk on the moon's south pole. So we will talk about that later in the show, but if you want to learn more, you can always go to www.nasa.gov/Artemis. All right, so let's get right to it. Is there life beyond Earth?
Well, short answer, we don't know. And that's the reason why we have to search.
All right.
But I will say this, the more we explore, the odds are looking better and better that we might find something out there.
They are. I'm glad to hear that. Wow,
yeah, well,
exciting.
Think about it. 30 years ago, what did we know about other planets and the possibility of life out there? We knew there was one planet that is inhabited, us, the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
There was another planet, Mars, that maybe yes, maybe no. We're not really sure. And that was the extent of it.
Okay.
Fast forward 30 years later, we know that there are moons out in the outer solar system around Jupiter and Saturn that have subsurface oceans of liquid water. Wow.
Yeah.
And we know that there are millions of planets around other stars, some of them the right distance from their sun, that liquid water could be stable on the surface.
Okay.
So these look like very promising places to look and to look and search for life.
So more and more opportunities, places we might find something.
The more we learn, the better it gets.
Outstanding.
Which brings the question, like, what is life? How do we even define it?
Well, that's a complicated one. Fundamentally, it's chemistry, right? We're made of chemistry, molecules interacting, reacting, doing things that allow those systems to survive. And so when we search for life, we're essentially looking for that type of chemistry. Ideally, because it's easier to find chemistry that is similar to us. But obviously, there's chances that whatever life chemistry is out there, it might be very different.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What's your perspective as a roboticist on this, Michael?
Well, I mean, it's a hard problem to begin with, but especially for sending robots out, they're going to be doing exploration for us instead of having humans looking at all the data coming back. Actually, trying to quantify so a computer can say, yes, this is life, is a massive challenge in and of itself. And I think it's fair to say we don't really have a good way to do that just yet.
No, we know. And if the question is already difficult, imagine trying to answer the questions with robots, with surrogates, not with humans doing the actual experiments.
Yeah.
So that's the real challenge.
Like you say, you have to teach a machine to be able to do that.
You really do, to do these things that you can sort of instinctively do, but it's hard for you to write down, this is how I did that.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Yeah. Well, where would you go to look for life? If you were going to go out there and really place your bets on the best place to look, where would you go?
If I have to pick one place, Mars is still top of my list.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. And the reason is because Mars is close enough to the Earth that we can actually study it repeatedly. We've been sending probes to Mars almost continuously for the past 20 years, and that's given us a very good perspective and idea of how the planet is today and how it was in the past. Good enough that we know now that Mars, in many different aspects, is very similar to the Earth. It's a very familiar place. Mountains, volcanoes, meteorite impacts, sediments, rocks that are composed of the same types of minerals that rocks on Earth, and so it looks like at some point the conditions for life to exist on Mars might have existed, and if that was the case, those forms of life might have been similar to us. similar enough that we might recognize.
Okay. Similar to some kind of Earth life.
Yes, not something completely alien that we wouldn't be able to recognize even if it was staring at us in the face.
Okay.
So Mars is a good candidate for those reasons.
Oh, wow.
There's some comments about that already.
Yeah.
Gibbs MT, take me to Mars, please. Hobbs 555, I hope there is human life on Mars in my lifetime. So first the robots are going to go.
Yeah. Fun fact: there is life on Mars that we know of, because obviously every mission that goes to Mars carries a tiny bit of bioburden in it. So
some Earth microorganisms or something.
Yeah. But,
okay. So technically. Yeah. All right.
Well, Michael, what do you think the odds are of actually finding life on Mars? I mean,
honestly, like we've taken samples now, and so far we haven't found definitive proof of life, and so the odds don't look great. But that's because it's a very big planet, and we're sort of sifting through it like grams at a time. So that's different, though, than asking what's the probability that there is or was life there to be found.
Yeah, that's a good point, and it's important to recognize that when you look at Mars and the history of Mars, it's really a tale of two different planets.
Really?
Mars today is a very extreme environment. A lot of people think that it cannot sustain life, at least not near the surface.
Mm-hmm.
But the more we learn about Mars, it tells us that way back in the past, it was a very different environment, where water was flowing on the surface, where there were lakes, maybe seas, even maybe oceans, not too dissimilar to lakes and seas and rivers on Earth. And so conditions in the past might have been a lot better for life. And so it is this dual history of Mars, this dual perspective of Mars that we need to consider when we think about life on Mars. Early life in a friendly environment, or more recent life in a very unfriendly environment.
Yeah, I see. So yes, if it was friendlier in the past and life did emerge, maybe we would find fossil evidence of that.
One possibility is that we find fossil evidence of it. Another possibility is that when conditions on the surface became extreme, that life retreated to other places, maybe deeper in the planet.
Underground.
And it's still trying to survive in those environments.
Ooh, yeah.
That's very exciting.
That is exciting.
Yeah.
Really Bad Teeth asks, is there enough sunlight reaching Mars in order for it to sustain healthy plant life? Or will we have to rely on artificial growing processes?
Well, when it comes to sunlight, that's not a problem. That's not a limiting factor. There are, in fact, microorganisms on Earth that can survive hundreds of meters deep in the ocean with very tiny amounts of light, a lot less light than what reaches Mars. So sunlight, not an issue. We would need to worry about things like temperature and radiation and other and toxic elements in the ground for those plants to grow. But sunlight.
So it's got enough sun.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask one more question from the chat here? Twitcher asked, "What is life? Does it have to have a nervous system or brain or both?"
Well, I don't think so. Some of us don't have a brain, and we can be called alive. Most of the history of life on Earth, there were no brains and no nervous systems. It was microbial life, single-celled microorganisms. And in fact, if anything, the example of life on Earth is telling us is that being a single-cell organism without a brain and nervous system might be a good thing, because they've been around for billions of years.
Oh, yeah.
Brains and nervous systems have been around for a lot less time. And so, yeah, definitely not required.
Excellent. Oh. Good news.
Yeah,
maybe there's you gotta like microbes, though, right?
Right. I know. Don't dismiss those microbes. They might be the ones able to survive out there.
They're important.
Right. I just want to talk about.
First, actually, U.S. vehicles to land on the surface there. Wow. And it was about 40-odd years ago, in the 1970s, and they were these largest structures that landed there, and they took pictures of the surface, and they tried to collect soil samples and did some really interesting biological experiments there.
I think we have a photo of the Viking lander.
Can we do. Let's get a look at that. Viking lander, there it is.
Yeah, so you can see the lander, and there's a human in there to give you a sense of scale, and what he's holding up is the arm that extended out of the Viking lander and scooped up the soil that was then brought back into the vehicle to be experimented on.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we have another photo too, maybe of it on Mars.
Yeah, because Viking took the first images on the surface of Mars, right?
Yeah, very exciting.
It's not this one, but things like this. And look how red it is.
Yeah,
that
the red
must have
planet.
been spectacular to see in the 1970s. So that's the arm that was collecting soil?
Yes, yeah, it's grabbing the soil out in the scene there.
Okay. And then what did it do with that? That was part of an experiment?
That was part of a very cool experiment. The first experiment to search for life on another planet. No more and no less. Viking did a lot of cool stuff. It took a lot of pictures. It showed us Mars up close for the first time. But the biological experiments is what really made the mission truly exciting. And there were 3 biological experiments. One of them is particularly interesting. It was called the labeled release experiment.
Labeled release, sorry.
Labeled release experiment. That was an experiment. That the idea for the experiment was that the arm with the scoop would scoop some dirt from the ground and put it in a container, and then add a solution, which was called a chicken soup.
A chicken soup.
Chicken soup solution.
This is chicken soup
and
that
this
you
is
brought.
chicken soup.
Wow.
And this is an example of one of the vials that was made in 1974.
It has a date on it.
It has a date on it.
What is the date on that?
1974,
July
3rd, 1974.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
And this is a vintage chicken soup from 1974.
Why is that chicken soup? There's no rice, there are no
There's
carrots.
no rice, no carrots, no potatoes.
It's perfectly clear.
It's chicken soup for microbes.
For microbes, all right.
And so the idea is that think about it. If you are in a cold, if you have a cold or you're cold and you're starving and you're dehydrated and you're miserable at home,
Yeah.
what's the best thing you can have? A warm cup of chicken soup. And so the thinking at the time was that microorganisms on Mars, if they were present in the soil, they would be dehydrated, no water, very cold, very low temperatures. And so to help them come back alive and actually be able to detect them, we would add this chicken soup, so the microbes would have something to feed on, grow, and then we would be able to measure the gases that are produced as they eat the chicken soup.
So that's what the experiment did.
That's what the experiment did. Add the chicken soup to the soil and then sniff the gases that would come out of the microbes chewing on the molecules like sugars and amino acids, all the yummy stuff that microbes like to eat, and was added with the chicken soup.
All right. So you're looking at traces of them digesting, if you will.
Yeah. So in our first evidence of life on another planet could have been microbial poop.
Microbial poop. Fantastic.
Why not?
Nice.
Something all life does.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I guess that's fair to say.
It is, yeah.
And so,
Well, yeah,
what happened?
Don't leave us hanging here.
Yeah, it was really interesting, and it was very inconclusive. So the observation, it was a very interesting observation. When the chicken soup was added to the soil, there was a chemical reaction almost immediately, and gases were released. And the same types of gases that you would expect microbes to produce if they were present. That was interesting and exciting.
Yeah.
The problem was that the rate at which those gases were released was odd. Was way too fast, almost instantaneous.
Oh,
If you
okay.
expected microbes to be present, they should take their time to come back up alive and eat their things, and then eventually release those gases. So that was odd. The other odd thing is that part of the experiment was to scoop out another sample of soil and heat it up to very high temperatures to kill everything that might have been living there, and then add the chicken soup. If the original reaction was due to biology, we shouldn't see a reaction in the second case.
Right, because you would have killed
everybody was dead.
Well,
And what happened was quite the opposite. They added the chicken soup to the dead sample, and there was a reaction similar to the first one, suggesting that whatever was causing the reaction was not a microbe.
Shoot.
Yes.
That must have been crazy. You sent your experiment on a rover to Mars, and it gets there, and it does its thing, and you're not sure.
And you're not sure. I mean, you never know. Maybe they didn't like the soup.
Yeah, well, maybe
who
that's it.
knows?
They
No,
like tomato soup, you know?
But definitely the experiment was very interesting, very inconclusive in that sense.
Right. So then what?
Well, it was clear from Viking that maybe our thinking about searching for life at that time was a bit naive, because we really didn't know much about Mars until Viking went to Mars.
I see.
Now, hindsight is always 20/20.
Sure.
So with what we know now, we might think it was naive. At the time, it was probably a very smart thing to do.
Yeah. Well, we hadn't been there yet.
We hadn't been there yet. So, but what followed up after Viking was a realization that when next time we search for life, we might want to know in advance a bit more about the planet, what conditions are there, and what the history of the planet was. And so a lot of the follow-up missions tried to bridge that gap, that knowledge gap, understand what happened to Mars over the course of its history, how it became the extremely dry, extremely cold planet that it is today, and maybe try to understand if life was present at some point, whether it could still be there, maybe in other places, or maybe the chances of life surviving throughout Mars's history were pretty much zero.
Yeah. How'd you go from oceans to desert?
To deserts, right? Exactly, and how does life react to that?
Yeah. That's neat.
So we've had a lot of robotic missions to Mars since then, right, Michael? What have we done over there?
Well, we've sent a lot of rovers to the surface now, and the latest one now is Curiosity. And that's going and actually collecting samples and driving around. It has a bunch of instruments. It has a drill on board for collecting samples. It has a laser for zapping rocks. So
I think we have a video of that, or an image, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Here's Curiosity.
Yeah.
And the thing that personally excites me is that Curiosity has the ability to choose what it zaps with its laser. which is pretty neat.
That's exciting.
So
it's roving around, zapping stuff with a laser.
Yeah, robots with lasers. What can possibly go wrong?
Excellent.
That's cool, and that's very cool for you, the roboticist who works on teaching robots.
Yeah, they're getting progressively smarter and progressively more capable of acting with a little bit less oversight from us back here at Earth.
Awesome. Cool. There's some questions.
What do we find out from these rovers from Curiosity or some of these rovers?
Many things, but maybe the one that is interesting to the question of life on Mars is it provided the first clear evidence that there were environments on Mars 3.5 billion years ago that could have sustained life as we know it. Microorganisms on Earth would have been happy in those environments. That in that case is a lake environment, which had plenty of water, it was long-lived, and the chemistry of that lake was completely compatible with life as we know it.
It was so similar.
It was very similar.
Wow.
And so the conditions were there for life to exist and to thrive.
Cool.
And that's a major discovery.
So that's big news. So water is kind of the key to all this,
water is the key, and the progression of those missions is being precisely follow the water. Follow the water because we need it's important for life, and through following the water we've reached these environments on the surface that it's clear that they could have sustained life in the past.
Yeah. How did we first find water? That was one of the robotic missions, wasn't it?
Yeah, actual water would be the Phoenix mission, right?
That's right, yeah.
Which was another stationary lander like the Viking that had an arm that could scoop up soil and collect samples.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a photo of that as well. An image of the Phoenix lander that you can describe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, is that the arm that's scooping?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so that can reach out and collect soil samples.
Yeah, like Viking was a lander, it didn't move. In reality, we had an idea that there might have been there's water on Mars based on orbital data, but Phoenix truly confirmed those observations from orbit, and it confirmed it by digging a trench in the soil and exposing water ice, and then analyzing some of that ice.
And it was at the poles, right? Yeah.
It was near the North Pole, and based on what we know from orbit, it's as you get closer to the poles of Mars, either in the North or the South Pole, ground ice becomes more and more abundant and close to the surface. And in fact, at the Phoenix site, it was just a few inches under a cover of dry soil.
Okay, very cool. Okay, so water ice, it has found Phoenix, and you told me it made another big discovery.
So when Phoenix analyzed the ice, it actually tasted the ice. The first time we taste ice from another planet.
How did it taste?
It tasted salty.
Salty.
And that was interesting. Not very salty, but it did have some salt.
I see.
And the salt turned out to be another very interesting discovery from Phoenix. One of the major salt components in the soil is called perchlorate. It's a molecule that nobody really cared much about, except in the rocket fuel industry, because it's actually rocket fuel.
Really?
But once it was discovered on Mars at significant abundances, everybody became very interested.
Yeah.
Why is it there?
This rocket fuel substance, perchlorate.
Exactly. Why is it Mars covered in rocket fuel?
All right.
And so it turns out it's a natural compound. It's found on Earth as well, in deserts and whatnot. And it's a compound that some microbes on Earth can actually eat and use as an energy source. Yeah. So that became a very interesting astrobiology result. An energy source for life sitting there on the surface, very close to water ice.
Wow.
But the other interesting thing about perchlorate is that it's a very reactive compound. It's not reactive at room temperature. You can have perchlorate here on the table, and it's not going to happen, and nothing's going to happen to it over millions of years.
Okay.
But if you expose it to radiation, as on Mars, the high radiation that we get, UV, it decomposes into very reactive molecules.
Like the sun breaks it down on the surface?
The UV radiation breaks it down and makes reactive compounds just like bleach, for example, the stuff we use at home.
Okay.
And you know what happens when you mix bleach with chicken soup?
No.
What happens is that you get gas released. And you get very similar gases as they were released in the Viking experiments 40 years ago.
Mystery solved.
And it happens at a similar rate and a similar abundances as Viking observed. So 40 years after Viking, indirectly, without not actually looking for it, Phoenix found the culprit for the Viking, or the most likely culprit for the Viking biological experiment results.
Finally, an answer.
Yep.
That's crazy for the people who worked on it. I hope they were still.
Case closed. Yeah, it was very exciting, I'm sure, for people who were waiting 40 years to understand what happened with the mission. Yeah.
Exciting. Okay, fascinating. We've had a bunch of questions coming in. Shall we turn to a question session? We're going to ask you a whole bunch, as many as we can in 5 minutes, and we'll look for rapid responses so we can hit a lot of these. So many to choose from.
Masta asks, is it possible that we might find fossilized microbial life?
That's one of the issues with microbial life, is that they don't leave behind good fossils. Not certainly dinosaur bones that we can excavate and see. And so that's a big challenge. How to find evidence of life coming out of microbes, that they're soft-bodied, tiny and unicellular organisms that when they die, they decompose and don't leave behind. We have some ideas. In fact, when you look at the fossil record on Earth, the oldest evidence of life on Earth, which is dated at 3.5, 3.8 billion years ago, it's actually structures made by microbes, rock structures made by microbes. The microbes are long gone. They just they left the house behind, and what we see now is the house, so to speak. And so microbes can leave behind fossils, but they're hard to find.
How neat. That is cool. I had a question about what methods can you use besides metabolic investigations in these robotic missions? And I think that might be an example.
There are a number. You could think of, well, if you go to a place where you think microbes might actually be alive and happy, you could bring a microscope. Bring a sample, put it in water, look at the microscope, and if not something swims, it's like a microbe waving at you. Another one could be using instruments that actually analyze chemistry in a lot of detail, organic chemistry, which is what we think life is going to be made of, organic compounds. And we can search for patterns in that chemistry that are too complex for something non-biological to produce. Biology makes very complex organic compounds, things like DNA and proteins. And so if we find something like these, would be like finding a skyscraper on the moon. It's like, somebody must have built it.
Somebody built that. Yeah, I see. Okay, that was a question from Jets 115. That was a good one.
Andy H87 has one for you, I think, Michael. What would a rover mission to the poles be viable or particularly interesting?
I think it would definitely be interesting, and I think actually operating in an icy environment, unlike where the rovers have been driving, would be a lot more interesting, a big challenge, and also interesting. But then there's also the worry about planetary protection, right? Because if we don't want to bring things there, and if there's ice there, we could conceivably make water, and if we make water and we have microbes on the rover, then there's the risk that we could bring our own microbes there and pollute the planet.
Something else to worry about on top of everything else.
Here's a related question from Trablador. How long would it take to be certain there is no life, and so we wouldn't have to sterilize everything we send? Could you ever be certain?
You can never be certain. I don't know you could ever be certain, because we're used to the Earth as a planet where it's covered in biology, but sometimes when you go to some places on the Earth that are extreme, life is not everywhere. It's hiding in very specific places. And if you can imagine a planet that is extreme like Mars, maybe life is sitting somewhere in a very tiny place, maybe kilometers deep.
Oh, right. Oh, wow. Okay.
So how can you be sure of that it's not there? So we always need to proceed with caution, I think.
Yeah.
Smilebringer asks, what about non-carbon-based life forms? We usually base life upon life on Earth.
There are good reasons why we are made the way we are, and there are some of them are reasons that are hard to. There's only so much you can bend the laws of physics and chemistry to make things work, and there are ideas about non-carbon-based life, but there are so far no places in the universe that we know of where non-carbon-based life could exist. They might be there, we haven't found them, and so to start searching. It's probably a good idea to search for first things that you're familiar with, that you can recognize and you know where to search for, rather than search for things that are so different that we, again, might not be able to recognize it even if it's standing in front of us.
I wonder if that's related to this question, so let me throw this out from DeathShaft20119. Why follow water? We don't know for sure that organisms live only through water, right?
Yeah, it's a good point, but it goes back to what we were talking about. Mars had water. Other places in the solar system had water. We know what life in water looks like or is made of, thanks to Earth biology. So why not go there? It's a familiar place.
Right.
If we find it there, one of the interesting reasons why we search for life is because once we find life 2.0, even if it's water-based and carbon-based, but very different from us, then our ideas of life will change, will expand, and then maybe we can think more seriously about life that is completely different from us.
Yeah.
But I think we need life 2.0 before we can make that big step.
That's so exciting. I remember maybe a year ago, the three of us had a conversation, and you were telling us that even if you found one dead microbe on Mars,
we don't discriminate.
You would be completely satisfied.
That's
and
right.
Super excited about that.
That's right. Dead microbes, living microbes, and in fact, if we find a living microbe, we have to kill it in order to understand it. Unfortunately, but yeah, even a dead microbe, even a fossilized dead microbe, half decomposed, would revolutionize our idea of life, biology, and everything. So
exciting.
Very exciting.
So exciting. Yeah.
All it takes is one.
Just takes one. That's right. Yeah.
Zoladair asks, how do you program a robot to search for life? What sort of decisions do you have to make in order to search the most likely locations?
Well, the first thing is you have to identify what the most likely locations are, and the way you do that is actually talking to people like Alfonso, and they'll say, go here, this is cool, we should look at that. Then when it comes to programming the robot, there's a lot involved, from just basic things like getting the robot to physically move in the environment, and then making smarter decisions, and that's really, again, about taking sensor data and then trying to say, yes, this is something valuable. And traditionally, we've, again, consulted with scientists and try to say, well, things that look like this is good, things like that look